All right, folks. It is 8 o'clock p.m. Y'all know what time it is. It is the midnight run. And once again, it's me. It's that VINCE. Certainly hope you folks are doing all right today. KCB, we always start the show at 8 o'clock p.m. And I was actually just tuning things up. I tested out the router this morning. It's running the speed itself. The problem is it's running a little too fast, so I'll need to, in the future streams, drop it down to LTE because the 5G is not going to be, is not holding up pretty well. But the good thing is I got the speed now, so there's still going to be a lot of extra things I'll be able to do. Because even when it drops back in that mode, it's still going to be pretty fast. So, fight Cuban and Jay. Why? But I'll program it a little bit more, and then everything should work fine. But what do I got tonight? I got a Gurkha Hudson Bay. Got coffee, and I got water, and that's pretty much it. That and a couple tummy aches. Breakfast was kind of horrible this morning. There, for some reason or other, the breakfast I ate made me kind of sick. So, oh well. But I should be fine with a little bit of coffee. I am not gonna fight Cuban or Jay. Let them fight amongst each others. Hey, Tim. Hope you guys are doing well. But in the comments below, tell me what you guys are drinking and smoking. Yeah, I know they're trolling Robzilla's death. It definitely isn't cool, you know. It's pretty bad. I don't know why. I don't know what the reason is to troll someone like that for. All right, folks. I'm going to drop this down to 30 frames per second. Give me just a minute. Like I said, it's fast, but way too fast. And that should help the frame issue. You're drinking a Colt 45 and smoking cigarettes? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. I've not heard about that. Well, we'll check it out. We'll also check out the Sean G video. As far as the Russell Brand scandal, it's quite serious, and these are charges that he's been facing for quite some time, you know. I mean, but a court of law will, I mean, he's either guilty or innocent. One thing is for sure, he's not behaved well around women. And when you're in that celebrity section that's so liberal, you know, you got to be really careful on things, you know. You're drinking Genesis and vaping a fizzy Cherry. Okay. Gotta get some wine and cigar anytime soon. You're eating steak. Okay. Sounds like some good stuff. Except for the cigarettes and Colt 45. You can't be drinking that stuff. Drinking and smoking. You guys know how much I hate cigarettes. Let's see. We got a lot of videos here. There's something in Twitter. Let's see what that is.
College.
We can't watch this. KCB, you ought to know better than that. That should clean up the stream a little bit. I had to drop. It was running a little bit too fast, so. But once I get everything programmed, this stream will be, this router will be working the way it should be. Well, no, Guinness, Bud Light is still the most popular beer besides Modero. People still drink a lot of Bud Light despite what you hear on TV. I mean, people are still drinking Bud Light, I mean, people like the price and the taste, Yeah, I haven't fully programmed the router. You see, in Streamlabs, the settings on it is based upon the output. The output on this is super fast, but it's unstable. That's the whole thing I mentioned yesterday, that I got to get it programmed. So I dropped it down to 30 frames per second. That should actually help out a bit. Oh, it's still running at 60 frames per second. I don't see how it's doing that, but, okay. That makes no bit of sense. It's probably because I already started the live stream, but oh well. I'm 30 years old, and I went to the bar yesterday, and I mean, she looked good, 47 ain't too bad, do what you gotta do, that pussy come with experience, I mean, a lot of people still drink Bud Light. Hey, Troll Zone, what's up? Eugenia Cooley's been at that for many years. It's kind of sad YouTube will go and ban Dave for giving health advice, but Eugenia Cooney, is allowed to starve herself to death for money on her channel, or Nicolato Avocado can pig out on food. So, we just have a different level of standard when it comes to what is allowed up here and what's not. No, I'll never use an iPhone. Ever. I know it's going to look a little choppy. The router's not fully programmed. But it'll clear up in about 20 minutes or so. The only issue I have surrounding his relationship is with a 16-year-old girl. He's 31. Well, yesterday I had the old router in, Tim. It wasn't even the new one. Will the plant-based diet slow the aging process? No, it won't. I mean, people are just going to age. Now, one other thing I do want to mention is there's been a lot of service issues around here as well. So I'm just having all sorts of fun. I'm going to be honest with you. Thoughts on Jack LaLanne? He was an awesome fitness coach. I mean, legendary. There's not much you can. There's a lot of good things you could say about him. I mean, he was freaking awesome. What are my thoughts on people that I don't like it when people. What's the best way to describe it? Here's my thing about OnlyFans. A lot of people are getting into OnlyFans for the wrong reasons. Uh, if you have aspirations to be a porn star or an artist, okay, by all means. Some people like having sex, and stuff. But if you're just doing it for clout or to earn a little extra money, that you could get that money at working at a gas station or flipping burgers, then you're doing it for all the wrong reasons. So I really don't I don't want people to go and set up an OnlyFans page. I mean, because remember, folks, once something is on the internet, it stays on the internet forever. And whether you go get a job, whether you decide to run for office, they can simply pull that stuff back up air and blast you again, even 30, 40 years down the line. I mean, look what's happening to a lot of these celebrities and stuff. People are getting on football players for things that they said as a teenager. Literally. A teenager at the age of 13 making racist remarks is not going to be the same as a 22-year-old person who has learned the lessons in life. Genetic engineering. As far as genetic engineering is concerned, that kind of scares me. I'll just be honest with you, it just scares me. Well, Kali just has way too much stuff up there. There's no way to hide from it. There just really isn't. Well, a friend of his who videotaped them just decided to put it out for some reason. That's another thing. You can always have best friends and stuff like that, but if you have a falling out and the guy wants to get back at you, for example, uh, then they're going to release information. That's another reason I always say be very careful as far as to who you do videotaping with, because it can come back on you. Well, we're going to start playing videos in just a minute. Hopefully the router doesn't overload itself. The streams will be a lot better in the future, folks, once I get this thing fully programmed. Right now, it's just running at too many frames per second. Way too many. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Gonna give you a warning, the stream may be a little bit choppy, so I haven't fully programmed the router yet. I could turn off this. What I've also not done is turned off the smart check as well. Sometimes that screws with it, the auto corrections and everything. Alright, let's start with our very first video and see whether it conks out or not. Oh my, did y'all see that? That's messed up. But this is why it's always important to look both ways before you're walking. Because people will do that, but at the same time, the driver definitely was at fault. Alright. KCB, I'm not going to show that video on Twitter. The reason being is I'll be out for a week as well.
Ciao.
So, let's go ahead and check out this. This is one that we were going to review, which is the Sean G video. So let's go ahead and do that.
Whatever the father is, that's what the child is. The male gene is the dominant gene. And no court, no lawyer, no judge, no preacher, no rabbi, no pope, no imam, no human being can change that. Right? And see, this is about, who's that right there?
What the? Oh, that wasn't. I'm not sure why that did that.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
Sorry about that.
We live.
Pay no attention.
Listen, make sure you subscribe to the channel.
Hey, it's no people in here.
They coming.
I know you're saying.
Make sure you subscribe to the
Nah,
channel.
but when we see that first person thing up there,
Hit that like button. You gotta hit the like button. It's not the like button.
There's
The
a
life
like
button.
Here
You
we
understand?
go.
There we go.
We
There
got
goes
one
the
like button.
There we go.
I'm here. Ah! What's up now?
Yeah.
What's up?
Look at him. Brooks World.
I'm here now.
Oh, they're definitely happy that he's got custody. No, it is weird to hang out in a running shower.
Yeah, say what's up to him, Sean.
Arbor? Arbor.
Always in there?
Yeah, Arbor's in here. I'm back. I am back.
Like father, like son, he repeats himself a bunch, but cute kid though, I will say that.
Hey, yo.
I see you, Arbor, in there.
Where Arbor at?
I don't know.
Not in a freaking pedophile way, in case you want to know. You fuckers.
Brooks World, what's up,
I'm
man?
here.
You see it? Yeah. Hey, listen. Listen, man. Listen, man. Listen, man. Listen to all the fathers, man. To all the fathers out there. A lot of y'all DM me. A lot of y'all DM me on my Instagram and you said, Sean, I haven't seen my son in 2 years. Sean, I haven't seen my daughter in 6 months. DC. Sean, I haven't seen, you know, I'm in custody court now. Holistic love, you see it? Goddamn nigga got that. Why I look like this? Why I got these clothes on? Why
He looks like he's writing for the Daily News, but okay. As far as his dress is concerned, it does look appropriate.
got these clothes on? So listen.
Shirt needs a little starch. It's but
Slim Diesel, Case
Thanks for
JP,
the 20.
Case JP. Listen, if I take this shirt off and this towel, you know it's gonna be ripped up. You know I'm still ripped up. Case JP, thank you for that super chat. All the fathers, man, a lot of y'all said, Sean, I'm depressed, you know, I'm hurt, and you know, I haven't seen my son, I'm fighting, I'm still in court. I want to tell all you guys, man.
Thanks for the 2.
Oh, lot of con out the way. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Thanks for the deuce.
Thank you, man. You know, don't give up. Don't give up. I haven't seen Sean. This is my first time seeing him in 12 days. And
now some people may think 12 days is not much time, but 12 days is a lifetime for a father not to see their kid. So,
you know, there was many nights I missed them every single night. You know, we missed baseball tournaments, we missed practice, and you know, but you know, you gotta stand on your square. You gotta stand on your square, and you gotta believe, and you gotta have faith, and you gotta be afraid. You gotta be afraid and still do it anyway. You gotta be depressed, right? And do it anyway. You gotta be hurt and move forward, pursuing your kids anyway. You don't give up. You go to court. You show up for court.
KCB, that's not a nice thing to say, but it is accurate at least.
You hiring a Marcus Peoples, thank you for that super chat.
For the 10, thank you.
Yeah, you gotta show up to court. If you can't afford a lawyer, Barber now 21. If you can't afford a lawyer, go and represent yourself. But don't run from it.
Never represent yourself, folks, in court. Unless you know the law itself. I mean, in a small claims court, you have no choice really but to represent yourself for the most part, but always get an attorney.
Be intimidated by the situation. Be intimidated by the judge. Be intimidated by her attorney. But stand up for your daughter anyway. Stand up for your son anyway, because you will respect yourself. You understand? When you get through it, you
Sean G looks like he's about to protest segregation.
respect yourself. Whether you win or lose.
That's bad.
Whether you win or lose. My case with him is not over. We got to go back to court in November. But as you can see, he's here today. You understand? And I just went and picked him up from school. And, you know, I don't want to get too much involved into the case. You know, the lawyer got upset about the GoFundMe, right? So I took it down. I want to thank everybody that gave to Little Sean on the GoFundMe. My man Matt down in Australia.
Not sure why the attorney got upset. You know, I mean, the attorney should be looking for money. It could have been the content that he put into it. You know, possibly.
Top-notch apparel in Florida, Texas, Kites JP, everybody, man. If I don't mention you, you know, RH in Canada, everybody, man. But I'm glad to see my dude. You understand?
Where am I now? I'm here. I'm back.
Yo, Sean, you miss me, man?
I'm sitting in the house. Ain't nobody home. Yo, I'm sitting here all alone doing my homework. You know, ain't no.
He really is Sean G's kid. I mean, he really is. You could tell he's Sean G's kid. Literally. You could tell the mannerisms and everything. That's just awesome there, you know.
Nobody else home but me, like, right? I'm doing my homework and stop for a second and just say, yo, I'm seeing the same people every day. I haven't seen my dad in about, you know, a week and a half, maybe even 2 weeks. I'm sad as hell, can't even think of, you know, for my math, I'm like, yo, what is this? And I'm usually like that, right? Because in my class that day, I was going crazy. It was all good. And then when I got home, and I thought, my bad, I said that, right? And I thought in my mind, I'm like, yo, $10, thank you for that. Thank you for that,
Randy Winglass, thank you, man.
You. So I'm sitting here.
I know, tell me about it. It really is. What the hell is he drinking?
Sad as hell. I was sad, man. And I'm thinking about, guess who? Thinking about him right here. Right here.
I mean, he's not even mimicking him. He really is his son. That's no mimic right there, you know. I mean, I kid you not.
The one who's sitting next to me, the one who is my father. I'm thinking about him. Right? So the next day come, same thing. Ain't nobody else home. I'm thinking about him. I'm thinking about my dad.
Hector Soto, thank you for joining the channel membership with that soul glow. Thank you, Hector.
Right. Sad. Right? And that too, but like, you know, baseball. Y'all know out there, I'm good at baseball. Great pitcher, could hit, could field, and I haven't touched a glove in about 12 days. Haven't even put a fingernail on a glove. Not even been close to one. And that really broke me down. That alone hit me right there. I'm crying and stuff, thinking about both of them. My dad and baseball. Cause y'all know baseball is my passion. I want to make it to the major leagues, and that right there alone said.
Yeah, the router isn't fully programmed, Pugman. Right now it's running on 5G, and I need to drop it to 4G LTE. But it may crash the stream for a little bit, so I tell you what, hold on just a minute. Boy. Should I do it or not? Hang tight, folks. It isn't that. It's just the router's not programmed. It's on a Now the stream's going to cut out for a little bit, folks. So I'm just going to give you a warning. Because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop it down to LTE. That's at least until I get this program. Bear with me just a minute. So we're going to cut this, and this. Okay. All right, folks. The stream is going to lock up for a little bit, probably about a minute or two, okay? But just hang on. The stream's not going to cut out just yet, okay? So just get ready. What I'm doing is I'm cutting out the 5G service and moving it back to LTE. So it's going to stop and then it's going to go back. All right, is everyone there? Give me just a minute. Let's see where we're at speed-wise. It's not fully programmed yet. That should clear things up. All right, folks. Oh, y'all don't want to see. These are the specs for it, and this is how you program one. You can change all the bands and everything. So what I've done is I've cut off all the 5G services, and I'm only using these particular bands, and hopefully that stabilizes it. But let's continue the show.
Yo, but I don't even know if I can do it anymore. My mind shifted from, yo, I'm the best player in the world, I'm gonna make it to the major leagues, I'm gonna make my money. It's shifting from that to, yo, I'm not gonna make it anymore. I doubt it. Yo, I'm not even gonna make it to Major League Baseball anymore. And in my mind, I'm doubting myself, like, yo, I'm probably never even gonna play baseball again because of what just happened. Right? And I'm just thinking about baseball. In school, I'm thinking about baseball. And my dad. Everywhere I go. At my locker, when I'm trying to turn like the little lock thing. Thinking about my dad and baseball. Walking to lunch, thinking about baseball. Going to gym, thinking about baseball and my dad. And I was sad. I didn't get to see him. I couldn't even send him one text. Yo, I couldn't even say, what's up, how are you doing? Couldn't even go on a FaceTime call and see his face for at least 10 seconds. But guess what now? Now I can, cause I'm back. That's why. Cause I'm back and I can actually see my dad. I'm gonna play baseball now.
How did you feel today when you said they called you was eating lunch or something like that? What happened?
I was eating lunch, right? Right, so I was eating lunch. Right, I'm eating my pizza. Yo, that pizza's good too. Right, I'm eating my pizza. Stuff like that. This is good. And the security guard came over to me. Right. And he says, yo, Sean, they want you in the office. Right, so I'm shaking up. And I'm like, what, bro? But I didn't even do anything. So he told me, no, but I mean, you're not in trouble. Like, you're not in trouble. They just want to see you and stuff like that. Right. So I'm walking through the office. I don't know, skipping, jogging, thinking it's some good news or something. Right. And it was some good news. I walked in, I went through to behind the principal thing, whatever thing, and then I went into the principal's office. Right. When I get in there, I see my mom and the principal. Right, my mom was on the side, the principal was that side, the desk was right there and everything like that. So I get in there and I'm like, so what's going on? Thank you for the $10. Another one, thank you, Grindhouse.
Grindhouse
So much alike.
TV, thank you, man.
Thank you. What's up, boy? What you looking at? Anyways, right, so back to what I was saying. My mom is there and the principal is there and I'm like, but is anything okay? Like, is everything okay or some stuff like that? Yes. Yeah, but everything's fine. And my mom said that she came to drop off my phone, right? Because she took away my phone so I couldn't talk to my dad, right? Okay, so I'm like, okay. And I grab it. And she says that your dad is coming to pick you up today. And in my mind, I'm like, finally. I'm like, finally. I can finally see my dad after 12 days. You know, almost 2 weeks. And in my mind, I'm like partying. I'm like, let's go. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. But in real time, I didn't show that I was actually being that happy. Right? Because, I mean, my mom, she would have been all, oh, no, he doesn't want to see me anymore or something like that. Now I have to extend it more. But in my mind, I'm like, I made it. Let's go. I get to see him. I get to see my dad now. Right? So I go back into the lunchroom. I'm eating. I'm like, woo, woo, woo. And I'm running to my next class. The teacher says no running. I go back to running as soon as I pass her. Skip through the.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that guy. I think he likes his dad more than his mom, probably, and stuff, so it's possible that the mom could be using his son in order to punish him, but that's never a good thing to do in a relationship.
The halls, got my stuff going, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I was happy. I was happy because I got to see my dad that I haven't seen in about 2 weeks. That's it.
So listen, man.
Come here.
All the fathers of the world. Don't quit. Don't let nobody, the male gene is the dominant gene. If you look up anatomy and physiology, biology, 68% to 74% of the male DNA, of the male gene, carries over to the child. Whatever the father is, that's what the child is. The male gene is the dominant gene. And no court, no lawyer, no judge, no preacher, no rabbi, no pope, no imam, no human being can change that. Right? And see, this is about, who's that right there?
Thank you.
Neoli, define the narrative. We don't fight for our young kings. Thank you for the super chat. See, I understand, didn't no human being give me Sean. You understand? It was my cream of life that created him and his mother's egg. But the male gene is the dominant gene. Right? That's anatomy and physiology. That's biology. And to all the fathers out there, you got to believe that. You got to know that. And you got to stand on your square. You got to stand on your square. No matter what. No matter what. No matter how scared you are. How broke you are. You ain't got no money. You can't afford no lawyer. Represent yourself. And when you step into that courtroom, you speak what's on your heart. And you say what you got to say. And you speak it to the universe. You understand? You heard, this is unscripted. I didn't tell him to say, did I tell you to say to me that?
It's the truth. It's the truth.
All of this is unscripted.
It's straight from here. It's straight from
So,
here to here.
you know, we got to go back to court in November to straighten it out. I'll be there. You understand? You see what it looked like. Nigga money. You understand? And don't let nobody control your narrative. Don't let nobody control your life. Nobody. You control your narrative. You tell the world who you are. You understand? I want to thank everybody, man. Shout out to everybody that supported me on the GoFundMe. You know, her lawyer said something about it. The judge asked me to take it down. So I took it down. Shout out to my lawyer. I'm going to be doing something with her. Gail Mitchell out of Union, New Jersey. Foundational Black American woman. And let me say this to all the foundational Black American fathers, man. To all the niggas, man. All my niggas, man. The foundational Black Americans, man. It's time. The time is now. It's time. The time is now.
You know, I can't really criticize any of what he's saying there, you know. I mean, I can't really, I mean, there's nothing I can say negative about it there, per se, at this point.
The time is...
I think he got out of jail maybe 5 or 6 years ago. It would have been around, he wouldn't have been in jail at the time his son was conceived, so...
The time is now to stop being scared, to stop being a punk, to stop being a gangster, to stop being a sucker, to stop being a rapper, to stop being a clown, to stop being a gang member, to stop being a buffoon. The time is now, man, to step on up, man. You understand? And get down for these little kids, man, for these dudes. This is my legacy right here. And no matter what nobody said, can't take that from me. And see, he told you how he felt. He said it himself. He talked about it all the way in the car on the way over here. Just kept saying, I missed you, Dad. I missed you, Dad. I missed you. So take care of your kids, man. Hit that like button. Let's put 200 people in here. Once we get 200 people in here, we're going to get up out. We got 193. We got 193. Hector Soto, thank you for joining the channel membership. Kai's JP, everybody that gave super chat today. Let me see. Let's see who gave super chat. Mioli, Grindhouse TV.
There was another one.
Yeah, it was a couple more. They done left.
You know what you can do?
Kai's JP.
I think that's pretty much the end of it there. But I mean, no, I can't really disagree with anything that he said. Now, someone had asked me about the $1,000 router, what you get paid for. Okay, I'm only going to go into this one thing technical, and this is about it, folks, okay? For $1,000, you get this. So I'm going to make the screen a little bit bigger. For a $1,000 router, you get all these bands. You see, this here is my I had to pull out the very old, this is the 4G router that I had to, you know, whenever COVID happened. And it can't do everything that this can do. So this is a cell aggregator. And allows me to choose the bands. And right now what I just did, I turned off the 5G service. And I lowered it to the Cat 20 mode, actually. That's why I said that I had to program everything. So this will be the drop down, which is still going to be 4 times as fast as... It's still running 4 or 5, so... But enough of that technical stuff, so... The streams will get a lot better, folks. You have to understand, I have no cable or fiber out here. So typically, you know, doing React videos is something usually out of my bounds. But of course, again, thanks to Pugman, I was able to get this router, and I'm still able to do this. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This isn't some cheap cable router to where you just plug it in and play. I have to program this, you know. The other thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to hook up an outdoor antenna for this, but, you know, I'm doing things that I normally should not be doing, given the situation, because, you know, I should only really just have internet, so. The firmware automatically updates itself, and with one of these, it's all, the router's also, this router's also remote controlled also as well. So, it uses in control, actually. It actually has my other 2 previous routers. It saves all the information. It tells me event logs, system configurations, make sure the VPN is in and everything. So, yeah. Like I said, I told you guys it's going to take me a couple days to program it. So, but the streams are going to get a lot better. And considering the fact that there's a lot of service issues, there's a couple of down cell towers. I'm going to be honest with you, with everything down, if I still had the old router on, we wouldn't be having to stream tonight, probably. If that, because I can't drop that one down. The original router, it doesn't drop down to anything. This one does, at least. Let's see what we got next. But trust me, folks, the streams are going to get a lot better. Man, he's aged in those pictures. I remember us reviewing one a couple of weeks ago, and, you know, from like 4 years ago. He looks a lot worse now, but I guess that's what age does.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I know it's been a while since I've made any videos. A lot of you have reached out to me and followed up and made sure that I was okay during this time, and I very much appreciate that. Thank you all for your concern. I am okay. I've had a tough year. I've been dealing with my health issues that I have finally seemed to overcome, hopefully. And I've also been dealing with a lot of personal issues in this past year that I'm not really going to share at this moment for many reasons. But what I've been observing, what I've been following, and what I wanted to share with you guys is regarding current events right now, politically especially. I want to let you guys know that we are, in fact, already engaged militarily in World War III. Okay,
No, we're not in World War III just yet. We are getting close to it. Or halfway there, at least. I think what's going to happen is Ukraine is going to drag us into the war. Literally.
War III has begun. All right, we have the largest war happening in the European continent since World War.
Okay, that would explain the fate. I certainly hope he gets better. But yeah, that explains the appearance.
War II, currently, right now, with Ukraine. America is involved militarily. America is involved financially. And ultimately, it's going to build up to a much larger scale war where we are very involved and we will be affected greatly. In addition to that, I've spoken about these things before, even years ago, going back, where many people said it was all conspiracy theory and I'm just making things up, I'm paranoid. But a lot of you may possibly now see that a lot of those things I spoke about so long ago are actually taking effect and have become true now with regard to our own economy, our own government, and our own government's destruction of our currency, the U.S. dollar. So the dollar is being...
Yeah, the dollar is just being basically watered down day by day.
being hit so hard. In the next 12 months, you're going to see a lot more consequence of that arise. Employment numbers, regardless of what our government tells us, are very, very bad right now, and they will increasingly deteriorate as robotics and as AI come into play into our workforce. And it's going to...
The thing about AI, folks, you can either... Oh, I almost forgot to do this. Oh, yeah. The one thing that you have to remember is a lot of people are going to have to start adapting to AI. I've adapted AI to all of my websites, even my help desk. I mean, this is something that we're going to be living with. But AI is going to cut down a bunch because a lot of that information, especially articles, are being there's a lot of plagiarism, so that's going to slow down at least the article section of it. But, there's still going to be plenty of jobs, folks. Don't worry. As old jobs go, they're going to be coming in. Like I said, we don't have milkmen anymore, but we have more engineers. So you got to stay ahead of the curve.
Have a huge impact, much larger than most of us can even imagine. Okay? And this is all happening very, very fast. There's changes happening all over with regard to our day-to-day lives that many of us don't observe, are not aware of, and do not study enough to really understand the gist and dynamics of what's actually occurring. So for those reasons, I just wanted to touch base with you guys, let you know I'm okay, let you know to be cautious of what's happening out there now. Prepare yourselves for further economic difficulties, all right? And I've advised in the past, I don't like to give financial advice. I like to stay out of people's business with money. But I do encourage people to continually exchange whatever excess cash you have into physical gold and silver that you take possession.
No, don't do that. It's good to have some gold and silver, but don't put everything in it. You still have to have an allowable amount to where you can have easy access to. When it comes to changing everything to gold, how you gonna buy stuff, So you should, he is right. You should sift some of this stuff to gold and silver and other hard assets, but don't do everything.
You retain possession and you protect and safeguard that on your own, not in a bank, not in a safety deposit box. The banks are all at risk currently of basically declaring themselves, bankrupt. And there is such a thing that exists, I've spoken of in the past as well, called bank bail-ins, whereas should that happen, you will not be insured by the FDIC. You will lose all of your deposits, and you will lose all of the contents of any safety deposit box you may have entrusted a bank to safeguard for you, right? So I hope this video helps you guys out a little bit, just in touching base with you, letting you know I'm okay, and thanking you for all of your concern. I hope to speak to you guys again soon. I'll talk to you later.
I mean, for the most part, he's right. Everyone should have some gold and silver, but don't transfer everything. The biggest thing you really need to have, folks, is passive income, residual income. Basically getting money for work that you've already done, investing. If you have that, that's going to be more. That's going to be worth more than gold. All right, next. Yeah, I know he's live. All right. Let's see what we got.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nice again. Well, basically a lot of people were worried about me doing a bottle of 90 or 190 proof Everclear. I was mistaken. They sent me a bottle of Devil Spring 160 proof.
Holy shit.
30 proof less, so... Now what I'm going to do is talk to you before I slam this bottle. Nothing's fake about this. I just have a really crazy tolerance for liquor. So, I will finish the bottle and I will be king of the web. Time to step this one up, little gamers. Freaking cap is sealed. And we're just going to... Not too much of a crack seal, but... Alright, if I stop at half a bottle, then we'll call it a good stunt, you know what I mean? Game face. Ew. I might do another game face halfway through. Devil Spring 160 proof. I don't even want to read what it says, but it says on the back, add water, fruit juice, soda, or your own selection of beverage. Do not drink at full proof. I'll tell you what, bitches. Shoe Nice does anything for his fans and the king of the web, and I do have people in the house standing by. A couple of my buddies, but they just don't want to be on camera in case there's a lawsuit. 160 proof. I can
From what I understand, he's still alive, actually.
usually do like 5 or 6 shots of 160 proof, 151 without, even catching a buzz, so... I don't know what this is going to be, but no hand, and we're going to use hands this time. King of the web, bitches. On your mark, get set.
By the way, folks, this type of stuff is not allowed on YouTube. Don't do this, folks, but I don't have to tell you this.
Shoot,
I can almost guarantee Pugman that he vomits after this. He just doesn't do it on camera. I guarantee he vomits. But you're 100% right about that.
Eye of the tiger. Game face.
That is so wrong. So wrong! Did you see how red his face turned?
Oh my god, I don't want to be fucked up. I'd like to say thank you right now for all your votes. Before I go into a blackout, I'll try and get an aftermath vid going in about 30 minutes. I just want to prove to you that I don't puke it back up.
You're gonna puke it back up.
Bottle of Devil Springs 160 proof in under a minute. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thanks for the mints. Oh boy. That guy has absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever. None. I've never seen something so reckless and so stupid ever. I think I watched this one this morning. Actually, I've already... Well, we can actually review it.
This is, damn, boy. Got something in my throat. Minimum 5.
This is what I used to eat in the morning whenever I was competing. But now that I'm in my mid-40s, I can't eat 5 eggs anymore. In fact, I rarely eat eggs at this point. But I love eggs.
Fried eggs every morning. It doesn't matter if I'm trying to lose body fat, trying to gain muscle. In addition to the eggs, I've got cherry tomatoes and asparagus. Tomato being high in beta carotene and vitamin E also makes for a very good natural vasodilator. It increases blood flow, so that's something good to have before a workout. Usually I have beetroot, which is even better in my opinion. The asparagus mostly is just for satiating reasons. I don't find 5 eggs to be particularly filling. I could eat a lot more. So that's why I try and incorporate some veg into the meal as well. I also enjoy them. I can go months without like a typical sort of cheat meal. If you go so long without these things that you consider to be just part of a balanced diet, which is absolute BS because human beings went only thousands of years without all that stuff, you'll notice far less interest in them, and your taste for whole foods is heightened in contrast to what it used to be when you were consuming all these super palatable products. By the way, with this meal too, I'll have like 2 large glasses of water. I usually have like 2 large glasses of water with every meal. If you're consuming a lot of food and you're training intensely, you've got to be taking in a lot of water. I know there is some people that they're indifferent to that, but that's what I believe.
I never thought about using cherry tomatoes. Usually I take vitamins in the morning. But yeah, cherry tomatoes are a very good antioxidant. I don't know his personality, that guy. I really don't, so I can't answer that. He would be someone I would consider, I mean, for once, but you know, he's not a homo or anything. That's going to be a requirement, folks. The other guy has to be a homosexual first, you know. That's non-negotiable.
Mother Sky Coffee, the only coffee that, well, I usually have a coffee with breakfast, which I'll have shortly after breakfast or with breakfast, shortly before I train.
Meal number 2. If I don't train in the morning, and I only train once, my second meal will be steak and veg, like steak and asparagus, maybe a little bit of onion. The reason I use onion, by the way,
you notice, guys, I eat a lot of asparagus, so...
is because...
I mean, that's going to be a general thing that's with any bodybuilder. They're going to eat asparagus.
It's a natural flavoring. I try not to use sauces and things like that, anything artificial. But because I trained,
My second meal is going to be a shake. I have this after every workout, really. I'm usually not too particular. I just grab a couple of handfuls of frozen mango and chuck in a large banana. But I am being particular lately because I'm trying to actively lose body fat. So I've got 100 grams of banana in there, 180 grams of frozen mango, and I'm going to pour in about 300 grams of egg whites. Usually I do whole eggs and preferably organic free-range eggs, but this is just so much more convenient. With that, I'm going to add a little bit of water. I don't like it too thick. And I'm going to add some ginger. The reason I've been putting ginger
Adding ginger is gonna make that pretty strong.
in my shakes is not only because it tastes nice, I like the taste of ginger, but it improves your digestion, improves skin condition, improves overall health. It's got a bunch of antioxidants, anti-inflammatory properties. Very simple, very few ingredients, but it tastes delicious and is much better for you than the stereotypical post-workout whey isolate shake that you'd buy at a supplement store or supermarket. The reason being is because you genuinely have no idea what is in those protein powders. It could be flavored talcum powder for all you.
It may not be flavored talcum powder, but he is right about it. There's a lot of protein powders that has gargum, thickeners, a lot of sugar, fructose. Places like Protein Factory or True Protein, and that way you can get pure protein. But he is right about that. There's a lot of these protein powders. They're not only more expensive than getting stuff from True Protein, but they're worse for your health.
You know.
He's against steroid use. Well, yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
The best way to know that you're getting X amount of protein, X amount of carbohydrate.
I'm doing pretty good there, Ben. Just this is the first day of utilizing the brand new router. So
And a
fructose. I have a tendency to say fructose, but yeah.
A good quality source of micronutrients is just to make something yourself post-workout.
You'll have to excuse my pronunciation, Pugman. Usually in the South, we usually say fructose. But yes, everywhere else is fructose. In the South, we have things like y'all, ma'am, and I didn't know she was 15 and stuff like that. So.
How does my hair look, Madge?
I think it looks good.
So full of shit. I know not everyone's going to be able to eat absolutely every single meal at home, so what I thought I would do was show you how you can still stay on track of your diet and how you can eat well and eat clean eating out. So what I've ordered from here is just a couple pieces of grilled fish, grilled barramundi, and a salad, and the salad is without any dressing or anything, obviously, and I'll have a little bit of salt on the fish. I'll usually have fish with, say, potato or sweet potato, but because I'm sort of being conscious of the amount of total carbohydrates I'm taking in at the moment, I'm minimizing that today. This is a pretty low carb day for me. I'm going to go into carb cycling as well later on throughout the video.
I've always been a strict keto person where I'll go keto. I'm a pretty strict keto person whenever I was competing, where I would just hold that ketogenic state for as long as I can. But he actually purposely does carb cycling. That's probably going to be better, to be honest with you, the carb cycle. But if I ever compete again, I'll probably do carb cycling instead of just trying to hold it for so long.
And explain to you guys in detail how you can get away with having quite incredibly high carb days, cycling them with lower carb days to maintain or even lose body fat and stay lean year round.
So I had the fish and salad. By the way, with that, again, a couple of glasses of water, a couple of bottles of water rather. Then I trained again, so I trained twice today. Always post-workout I have some type of fruit. You know, in the shake earlier I had banana and mango. Now I'm having an orange post-workout. Not particularly high glycemic, it should be, but that's the best time of day to have sugars, is post-workout. Why? Because the muscles are depleted of glycogen, and the idea is to replenish those stores. There's nothing worse than a flat, deflated, lifeless muscle.
Yeah, I used to use I'm going to use the Pugman term. I've used fructose after a workout, but I guess an orange would be pretty good just as well. As long as you're getting some sugar, because he is right. The muscles, once you've worked out for so long, your muscles are deflated. It's lost all its glycogen. Well, good thing he didn't sneeze in that.
So this fourth meal, turkey patties. So in these turkey patties are ground turkey breast, 30 grams of oat bran. I don't use oats
That's almost like a meatloaf, sort of. I mean, if you add egg, he basically has a meatloaf.
often, but sometimes when I make things like this, like patties, to help bind the patties together, I'll use something like oat bran. It's still a very small amount of carbohydrates, which is what I want at the moment. I don't want anything too carb heavy. There's also some diced onion, and of course, salt and pepper. You have to try this. You could do it with beef mince, chicken mince. I don't care. You could do it with almond flour. So nice. The onion, the natural flavoring from the onion is so good. Before I finish this, I wanted to briefly mention carb cycling. Usually year round, I'll go pretty low carb. And I know like a lot of you ask me what carb sources I rely on, because I think carbs are just such a dominant macronutrient in the fitness industry today, but I don't tend to have that many carbs in one day. Like today was kind of normal for me. Maybe I'll have one additional meal that has carbs in it, like sweet potato, and I'll do that for say 3 to 4 days, and then like on the 4th or 5th day, I'll have a higher carb day. On those higher carb days, the only difference is that I'm including an extra meal or two with something like sweet potato or white potato. So it might be like 2.
So basically, his carb cycling is basically ketogenic, and then even with that, it's still somewhat of a low carb.
200 to 300 grams of sweet potato paired with white fish and asparagus that I'll have an hour before I train.
Well, Dusty, he's doing a ketogenic, which is why he doesn't have any bread or anything like that. I mean, the oat bran takes him out of the ketogenic state. Whenever I was doing the ketogenic state, there definitely would not be any oat bran whatsoever. It's, all it was broccoli, asparagus, tuna, all the straight stuff. There was not one freaking carb in my meal. If there was a carb in there, maybe like 1 or 2 grams. I had a very strict ketogenic diet.
Then I'll have that post-workout shake, and then an hour later I'll have the same meal again. And you can see though, in that day, the carbs are still either side of the workout. I'm not spreading them over the course of the day because I don't want to be constantly spiking and crashing my insulin. 1, I don't think that's healthy to do. And 2, it makes you feel, or at least it makes me feel really sluggish and tired. That doesn't result in productive workouts. So by doing that, by carb cycling, you're not reducing your total calorie and carbohydrate intake in a linear fashion, which is a bad idea when you're trying to lose body fat or maintain a low level of body fat, because your body's constantly trying to fight against you and find what's called homeostasis, which is where your body feels most comfortable. So for example, if you weigh 90 kilos year round and then you suddenly try and
cut all these carbs and calories in a linear fashion, your body isn't accustomed to that, it doesn't like it, and it wants to fight against you, and you could just end up losing a shit ton of muscle, which is not ideal. And even if you don't, your muscles are just going to look flat and depleted. So the best way to maintain a lower level of body fat, even get to a low level of body fat, is by cycling your carbohydrates. Go 2-3 days, half or less of your regular carbohydrate intake, and then on that 4th day, increase the carbohydrates to even a little bit more than you would on, say, a normal or, say, moderate day. That's just one way to get yourself at a lower body fat percentage and maintain that level of body fat. Jeez Louise, I absolutely love steak. I love it, man. Like, if I only train once in the day, I'll have steak as my second meal. Again, it's like that higher fat content.
I usually ate steak as a cheat meal. I was using Angus beef, but, you know, I like this American Wagyu beef. I actually have one in the refrigerator that I'm going to have on Sunday. So I've been really having that instead of going out to Hal's Chop House or Ruth Chris. It's just a lot less expensive. And between all my obvious expenses, you know, I am going to have to cut down. I mean, I did find a way to save about $300 a month on processing fees for my business. So that's definitely going to be a good thing. That's going to, it requires me to do a lot more work, but, you know, if it requires me to do another minute or two work for saving that money, I'm willing to do it. But, you know, getting back to this here, you know, I definitely, before I had the American Wagyu, I was having grass-fed steaks, and they're kind of awesome. There's one particular company to where, I can't remember the name of it, they actually ship them to you. If you actually bite into the steak, you can literally taste the grass from what the cows was basically eating.
Content meal furthest away from my workout, or later at night, like either the second last or the last meal. To reiterate what I said, most of my carbs are either side of the workout, and the heavier fat content meals like steak and eggs are further away from the workout. I got here grass-fed Australian beef Scotch fillet, no added hormones, beautiful, I love it. Some broccolini, and I'll pan fry this other half of the onion I didn't use earlier, and some baby spinach. This is a pretty micronutrient dense meal. I'm really looking forward to it. I know Madge is. He's salivating. Madge hasn't ate all day. He's just been watching me eat meal after meal, and I haven't given him a scrap. Poor Madge.
Look at that. Look at it on the monitor. It's
still hot. I'll turn it off. I'm going to pan fry and wilt a bunch of baby spinach.
I really don't do things like that. If I'm going to wilt any spinach, I put it in the microwave, but I guess that works just as well.
Look at the result. Look at the result of wilting spinach. It turns to nothing. This is my 5th meal of the day. Scotch fillet steak, some wilted baby spinach, broccolini, and white onion that I stupidly decided to bake. And
that's a pretty good night meal. Like I said, I definitely watch my carbs after 6 o'clock p.m. You don't want to take too many at night. So that's actually a good evening meal.
It's very dry. I'm not going to film my last meal. I do a meal of egg whites. You guys don't need to watch me eat for a 6th time. And Madge is starving. The videographer hasn't had a bite to eat all day. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a break here. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope I've answered some of the recent questions I've been getting about my diet. If not, leave a comment below. Hit the like button. The thumbs down button is broken for some reason. And subscribe if you haven't already. If you haven't, why? Why wouldn't you? I post a video like every 12 months. It's pretty frequent. Thanks again for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next video.
That's a smart cookie there. That's for sure. Hang tight, folks. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Yeah, the meal definitely looks good. All right, let's see what we got next.
You're watching CNET, the digital
How old is this? Let's see what we got.
domain. Now on CNET Central.
It's rush hour on the information super hot. We'll show you why.
If life in the digital slow lane has got you down, we've got solutions to get you up to speed.
Travel to foreign lands, meet new people, and kill them. It's war, and the next generation of internet gaming comes online.
Plus, just how fast is your modem? Stick around for our own download drag race.
And go inside the crazy online world of...
How old is this? This is from like 1990.
extreme sports right now on a special edition of CNET Central.
Y'all want me to tap into Sean's live stream? Sure, why not? Hate when that happens. He's not live right now. Essentially, his channel, I know Vegan Gains is live. He just puts that live stuff up there. So, nah, he's not live. So I'm only going to watch a little bit of this. One, it's from CNET. And
Then
two,
came the PC revolution, and in...
yeah. This is just for dial-up. I mean, there's nothing minty about 1997. I mean, I do remember the dial-up age, but I can already comment on that. As far as dial-up age is concerned, I'm glad we're no longer having to deal with things like that. I mean, you couldn't really do much on a computer in 97. You still had to use videotapes and, just pictures.
Every million views between...
Let's see. All right.
is between $3,000 and $5,000, right? But that's for an 8...
I don't miss the 90s one bit, Dusty. I really don't. Things were a lot more difficult for me back then, so... A lot more crazy people.
to 10-minute video with maximum ads. This guy's killing it with 30-minute, hour videos, hour and a half videos. When I first made a video on Sam Sulek, I was one of the first people in the fitness industry to tell his story. In fact, after I made that video, everyone was telling Sam's story, and some of them were even using the elements that I was using in my video, my story, my narrative. Some of them were using that in their videos, including the biggest ones. Athlete X, he makes a video and he takes my clip and very creatively.
Yeah, Sam Sulek's, I mean, his name has just been flying all over the place. I mean, I know he's popular because he has that Dallas McCarver personality, but it's just getting outrageous at this point.
Look at the bottom, he cuts out my logo. Then we had Greg Doucette, even loving my jokes on Carrot Top so much, he used it in his video.
Because he looks a lot like Carrot Top. You know that guy, comedian, lifted weights. And so they want to do everything that he does, perhaps to look like him.
Now, these guys, did they credit me? No. They didn't credit me. Am I mad? No, because what it means is...
everybody steals from everybody. Nothing you can really do about it.
They're my biggest fans. So I inspire them. And they watch my videos, and that means a lot to me. So I'm not mad at them for it. But saying that, at the time I made the video on Sam, he had 350,000 subscribers. And it was crazy how many subscribers he had. We're all shocked, how fast he's growing. And then now, if you look at it, Sam is not only killing it, he's destroying the fucking internet. I've never seen anything like it. Just 1 month after
Nicotine does not increase testosterone. It definitely gives you more energy. It is a stimulant. What's up, Squeaks?
I made that video. Sam is past 1.1 million subscribers. And I've been doing this shit for a long time. Too long. And I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen anyone, especially in this industry, do this. And the thing is, he's not doing this through gimmicks. He's not spamming shorts on your feed to get free subscribers. He's doing this with content that's just regular content. He talks normal. He doesn't even tell jokes. He's going to the gym. He's filming in his car. He works out in his pajamas. He doesn't give a shit. And the crazy part is that they're watching. Some of these videos are hour long, hour and a half long. And kids, mostly kids, I think, is his following. They all follow him because he's inspiring them to be something that they always wanted to be. And it's crazy to me because I see kids, they get inspired by things in life, and they look at Sam and they're like, I want to be big as him one day. But if I'm looking at this, right, because I've been doing this for a long time to know how good to appreciate that type of success, they should be inspired by his success, because that to me is the biggest thing with all this. Now I'm going to connect you to my computer and I'm going to show you some numbers here and explain to you why this is so unbelievable to me, because I've never seen anything like this. So now we're looking at...
I think John actually edits videos and stuff for other people.
Social Blade. Now, if you look over here, right? Take a look at these numbers, all right? Last 30 days, this is the amount of subscribers he's gained the last 30 days. 532,000. That's crazy. Again, no shorts, no gimmicks. This is straight up videos, all right? Now look at here, the views. Close to 20 million views. Now you guys see this estimate over here, 4.8 to 77,000 per month. Now let me tell you, I've been doing this for a long time, so I know how accurate these numbers are. And they're pretty close. However, when they're calculating that, right? Normally, every million views, so you guys understand this, every million views is between $3,000 and $5,000, right? But that's for an 8 to 10 minute video with maximum ads. This guy's killing it with 30-minute, hour videos, hour and a half videos. So the 77,000 number is probably a lot higher. He's close to $100,000 a month, which is absolutely...
It's hard to say as far as to whether he's getting $100,000 a month.
Insane for a 21-year-old kid, which I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. Let me just show you something else. Instagram. He's got 5 posts, 1.1 million followers. When the hell have you ever seen anybody post 5 times and get that many followers? Never happens. Then go to Google, right? Then click on the news. Type in Sam Sulek and click news and scroll down. You're going to see dozens and dozens and pages of articles on Sam written every day, because they're probably like me wondering, how the hell did this kid do this? We've had popular people before. We've had Colin Von Morger. We've had Rich Piano. We've had all these guys, right? But they're still not even at 1 million subscribers. This guy did it in literally 3 months. I think it was 2.5 to 3 months. He's over 1 million, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Now, going over those numbers again, $100,000 plus a month at 21 years old. I can't imagine that shit. I can't imagine that. A year, $100,000 a year is great.
I don't think he's making $100,000 a month. I really don't. To get that, I mean, he does post 32 minutes to a minute. A person has to play his video all the way. And chances are the average people just skip over it. They may be playing 5 or 10 minutes worth. So I think that's a very off number.
Money, okay? Even at this age, 21 years old, imagine making $100,000 a month. I can't imagine at 21 years old, I had a college degree, I was making 25 grand a year. And when I see, this, when I was saying earlier, kids should be motivated, they're motivated by Sam in a lot of ways, but this is just incredible. I've never seen anything like this. And, I'm happy for him because he seems like, you always worry about when you see people, they always say money changes people, right? But Sam seems to me like a humble kid, a smart kid. He's still driving around his Toyota. He seems like...
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. He's making a ton of money.
And he's still in his old pajamas. It doesn't seem like money is going to change this guy. And again, it's a lot of pressure on him because getting this famous and this amount of money, you have to hope for the best for the person to be able to handle something that I couldn't imagine handling that. But he really does seem like he has his head on the shoulders. I think he's going to be fine, but he's got to be careful for something. When you have success in life, when you have money.
No, Pugman, definitely not a kid adult there. That's for sure. But he's still young. He still has a lot to learn. That guy, not everyone is playing his video all the way. I'm sure a lot of people are, but that just simply doesn't happen. We would need the only way I can find out exactly how many are doing it is if I had access to his YouTube studios. But I can guarantee that not everyone's playing it all the way. That doesn't happen with any channel. The money at the very least.
Hey,
let's see what we got next.
How you doing? Jack Scalfani here, and you're cooking with Wario. And it is the Romantic Dinner Valentine's episode. That's right, I'm going to teach you guys. This is considered a guy episode, okay? I'm going to teach the guys how to make dinner for their ladies. All right, guy tip number 1. Jack off. We're going to show you on the show today 3 different salads. So let's start with bean salad. Take the beans, 2 heaping tablespoons. Okay, and you're going to mix it thoroughly.
That is disgusting. I spoke to him yesterday. No, actually, I spoke to him 2 days ago. He's all right.
So that's bean salad. That's salad number 1. Salad number 2, we're moving on, is bean salad. Cut right into this. Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool of, look at that. That's great. This did a great job. This show, we're just going to jump right into the Big Boss Grill review. That is the machine right there. It's got
That thing was a piece of crap.
Little plastic clip. That's all it's got. Let's open it up and see what it looks like inside. Okay, what is this? Always preheat for 3 minutes. Huh. I'll probably forget that a year down the line. Get 2 pieces of bread again and finish it off.
I can almost guarantee he didn't wipe that off before he started cooking. He just used it right out of the package.
Just like we started. Okay. Get the bread in there. Come on. This thing doesn't close easy, guys. Hang on. There we go. Got it closed. All right, so let's leave it like that. We got it plugged in. Right there. Okay. I'll probably forget that a year down the line. Oh, they're not done yet. Hey guys, okay, today is my church event called the Chili Bowl. So I've entered for the first time. I'm going to try and win the chili competition. I don't know, there may be 3 people that show up. We're going to dice up an onion. I've got Italian, sweet Italian sausage. And then let's clear this off because this is what's going to win it for me, I think, is this beautiful smoked brisket. I cooked it for 12 hours. This is leftovers. You guys remember last year I had a smoked brisket and it was amazing. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this. Is that a work of art? Can you see that? Look at that outer crust there. It's just. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Okay, guys, so here's the deal. I'm at the chili competition, and I can tell you right now I'm not going to
Certainly a great cook, isn't he?
win. Let me tell you why. Number 1, I don't cheat. Okay, so there were some nice people. Great chilies. I didn't win first, second, or third place, and I'm just a regular guy still. See? There you go. All right, here we go. Now, I have to warn you, once again, this is going to be rare. So, if you don't like rare, you might want to leave the room now.
I can't leave the room. I'm doing a live stream.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Gorgeous. I know it's going to be beautiful. I just know it.
Oh, my God!
Oh, nice and pink. The way I like it. You're watching the Cooking with Jack show. We'll be right back right after this message. Hey, how you doing? Jack Scalfani here to tell you about my line of sauces. It's called the best barbecue sauce you'll ever taste. It's so good, we made a hot one. There it is.
So we're just going to go through them one at a time. So we'll go through the regular barbecue sauce here. Now this shit looks like fucking jelly. I don't know why a barbecue sauce is like jelly, but just look at it. You see it just spoon like fuck.
I actually know of a couple of barbecue sauces that are that consistency, and they're pretty good. It's hard to screw up barbecue sauce. It's not the sauce itself, it's pretty much how you cook it, how you cook the food.
Fucking jelly. Get a piece of chicken here. It was going cold. We'll see how it looks. It smells pretty good though.
It's a double header. That's right. Last week we did Aunt Myrna's recipe with the coleslaw. Amazing. This week we're doing party cheese salad. It's really cool. So let's get this thing started. We're going to cook all this on the stove. Then we're going to pour it in this glass dish. Wait till you see this. I never would have put these ingredients together had it not been for Aunt Myrna. You got cream cheese, pimentos, Cool Whip, crushed nuts, lemon, or you can use lime jello, celery, bell pepper, pineapple, and American cheese. Can you believe this? This is crazy. Let's go to the stove right now and get this thing started. Now I'm going to move this off to the side. Get my glass dish here. Then you're going to pour it in the dish carefully. And crazy enough, the last step, you're going to sprinkle on some cheese
He needs to go to jail for this.
on top.
Well, I mean, if he served it to someone, it could be reckless endangerment, I guess. If you serve someone a raw burger. At the very least, you can get a civil suit, actually, if you get someone sick. So I would honestly say he would get a civil suit, Quick Pump. Not so much as go to jail or anything.
Use American cheese. I wouldn't use a cheddar or sharp because it's not going to have the same flavor. Now I'm going to chill this overnight, and then we're going to take a look at it in the morning. It's going to be solid. It's going to be cold. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be delicious. Okay, well, I realized I didn't have to wait overnight, and the family wants to try this out.
Oh my God. Y'all see this? That is disgusting. Food shouldn't look like that, folks.
And it looks beautiful. Look at that. Doesn't that look great? Let's show you right now. It goes on top of your grill. It's called Grill Grate. One goes there. One goes there. Oh, that's sizzling already. Did you hear that? And one goes on here. All right. So when I do anything, I'll turn the camera on and I'll record whatever I do next, okay? But for right now, we've got medium flames all across the board. Let's see what happens. Okay, you're going to love this. A grease fire just broke out. Unbelievable. That's right. This whole test has been destroyed. This whole thing's been destroyed. All the meat's just gone. I can't believe this just happened. Oh my goodness. Was that hilarious? Was that the fun? There was nothing funny about that. Nothing funny at all. I burned up all my meat and I had to go back to the store. So I get a call from Grill Grates. They see me post Grill Grate. They see me post that it flamed up and all that. And they're like, "Did you happen to read the directions?" And I'm like, no.
Well, not a lawsuit, but definitely a civil suit. What kind of moron actually cooks that type of stuff? I mean, it's just reckless. Very, very reckless. All right, let's see what we got next. You know, in 1993, I was working at Taco Bell. So chances are I probably remember this commercial, or at least the customers with it.
Betty went to the doctor, she was up against the wall. She said, "I can't help it, doc. I want it all. I want a taste that's hot, a taste that's cold, crispy, crunchy, soft, and just as zesty and bold. Her mouth wanted every kind of taste so fine. She asked the doc, am I out of my mind? The doctor said, Betty, Betty, better follow doctor's order. There's only one cure. Make a run for the bottom.
Yeah. That's the one with Little Richard. Of course, if you guys really want a Taco Bell commercial, this here's the old... Here's a real Taco Bell commercial.
When you're hungry for a burrito supreme, really hungry for a taco, you know what I mean. Got a craving for a burrito or two. Want a beefy tostada? Here's what you do. You say, hey, what you say? We all go down to Taco Bell today and hit with Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
You know, I really miss working at Taco Bell because I worked on Patton Avenue, folks. And so at nighttime, I would just watch them street race. I mean, all night long. If you've ever been to Asheville, you know where Patton Avenue was. They used to actually street race, and the police wouldn't do anything. Of course, it was. But nowadays that doesn't happen because they cracked down on it. But you know, for 4 years, I would sit out there. You know, work on my. Work in drive-through, and one of the advantages of drive-through, of course, I can always look out and I can actually see them drag racing. So that's the only time I do miss in the 90s, when things were just a lot more simple. But that's about it. I like 2023 way better than the 90s. There's just a lot more stuff to do. If it's listed in the community section, Dusty will definitely watch it. I mean, we got like over 2 hours left, so.
22, I was on Popular Military, and a Stolen Valor article kind of drew my attention to this guy named Jason Blaha. I watched his video, and he looked real familiar, but I just really couldn't put my finger on it. I couldn't place him. So I started doing a little bit of digging, and after watching one of his YouTube videos where he's holding an AR-10 with a big shit-eating grin on his face, I realized exactly who it was, because he was always so fond of the 308. That's our boy Hemingway. I hadn't seen that guy in 16 years or so, but I remember him. We used to work together. Now, I'm pretty confused as to why people are claiming anything we did back then was honorable or had any valor. We worked for cash and prizes, equipment, and other things of considerable value, and I'm not sure what all he may be claiming, but,
He's full of shit. I said that 7 years ago. If you're first off, you would refer to yourself as a soldier of fortune. Number two, the only thing you would accept is cash, not prizes and equipment. I mean,
well, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Back up to the late 90s when I was contracting with the SAD and worked a few jobs with this kid. I'll never forget coming back from a job when out of nowhere, breaking a 15-minute silence, this fool Hemingway blurts out something like nothing like hunting armed men, or some shit, and a few of us bust out laughing, and one guy said, "Hey man, where the fuck did that come from?" And this kid answered, "That's an Ernest Hemingway quote." And we all just laughed the whole way back. So after that, Hemingway was his new call sign.
Here's the problem. If this happened in the 90s, then... And Blaha is probably around the same age as I am. So he would have been in his teens, literally. So I don't know where the fuck that came from.
You could tell it kind of bugged him. He wasn't a big fan of it because we were kind of poking at him for being a dork. But, you know, we were sitting there with M4s and ARs, so there wasn't much he could do about it. Anyway, I'm not going to say he wasn't good at what he did. He was a really good shot if you ask me. Kind of hard to work with, though, because he was an arrogant son of a bitch. Liked to do things his own way, no matter what the plan was. He'd just make decisions on the fly. We went south. We knew he went on a solo job, and I was there when he missed his extraction. 3 days later, he popped back up on the grid, arrested by the federal authorities of that country.
All lies.
I was on the team that had to go extract his ass, and we broke him out of custody. He was kind of a broken guy. Wasn't really the same after that, and I don't think he really had it in him anymore. Apparently he was pursued on foot, chased by dogs, survived several engagements by himself, stole a truck and ran out of ammo when he was apprehended with a suppressed G3 and he was an HK-45 that was also suppressed.
Heckler and... never mind.
So we kind of knew that was our guy.
If you're going to be using the heckler... most that's usually something that's used by Europeans. What the fuck is he talking about?
So we went and got him, and I never really saw him after that, but that's that guy, and I don't really understand the stolen valor bit. I don't think he ever claimed to be military. We were contractors. Or what are the kids saying? Operators, as I like to, some of y'all's articles like to say. So I'm really confused about the stolen valor bit. I don't believe I've ever heard him claim to be military or ex-military or associated with any armed forces of any kind. But I do know that I've seen him work, and he's not really somebody I'd want on the bad side. I damn sure don't want to be downrange from him if he's got a .308 in his hand. What I do see is when he calls the Clinton administration the most corrupt administration he's ever seen, it's really strange to see.
Again, Blaha is my age, literally. I mean, he would have to have been born at least in like 19. He would have to be at least in his mid 50s, if anything. It's a lie.
See all these veteran groups.
I'm glad I'm able to comment about this for the very first time. I know it's 7 years old, but, you know, the guy isn't even using the words right as far as extractions and stuff like that, you know.
Kind of going after him when here we got Hillary running for office. Do we think it's going to be any different? I don't know. I just think it's strange. It's a false claim of stolen valor, and we have to be careful about that. Anyway, this is Copper Top 22. Hope I helped.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that would have put him at 18 years old, you know. But he's not even using the right words. I mean, someone to be in charge of an outfit at that young of an age, you would need to be at least in your 30s or mid 30s, you know. Basically, talking about the Clinton administration, at that time when the Clinton administration started, he would have been at least 21 years old. Not only that, this guy, first off, any type of contracting type work would not show their face. They wouldn't even talk about it to begin with. He's sitting there, obviously, with a bunch of guns. He's not even using the words correctly as far as extractions and 308s and stuff like that, you know. The biggest indicator is just the fact that he's even opening up his mouth. You don't talk about stuff like that, you know. It's all bullshit. Becoming a soldier of fortune, one thing that you'll never hear is someone actually talking about it. And almost, yeah, and one other thing someone pointed out, a lot of that is pretty much the theme to Rambo. Oh, boy.
I gotta clean my stove. God damn it. I'm sick of dropping shit, you know, but it'll get cooked off in the fryer, so. All right, you got all your French fries, and as you can see, that's bubbling. So what we're gonna do is I would just dump these in here, but I don't want the grease to splatter, so your next step is just
You know, it would help if you used a basket.
just drop them in there like that. Fuck it. God damn it.
It's one dirty ass kitchen.
Stop.
Yeah, they don't, I mean, well, there is no more. The Wagner Group is no more for the most part. The head of the snake has been cut off whenever they, well, as far as that plane is concerned where they killed the leaders. But hopefully they find the two black guys that did it, you know, so.
Fuck my life, YouTube. I need salt.
You need some fucking 409, you nasty.
Well, you know, that was real fucking smooth of me, too.
Folks, do not do that at home. You can really burn yourself. You can set your kitchen on fire. Basically, you're working with grease, and once it spills over into a gas fire, obviously it's going to catch on fire. He's lucky he didn't blow himself up. Yeah, the oil was black too, so it could have been possibly reflecting off the bottom of it, but that was just all wrong. Another Taco Bell commercial. Let's see what we got.
Crunchy, soft, crunchy, soft, crunchy, soft, crunchy, soft.
Why are the two biggest, baddest sinners on the planet arguing over tacos when they can have this?
The new double-decker taco from Taco Bell.
Don't stop now.
It's our delicious crunchy taco joined in harmony.
Harmony?
You betcha. With beans and a soft tortilla.
That's big. What do you think?
The double-decker taco.
You guys are millionaires. Buy your own. Buy your own.
You know, the only commercial I really liked from Spike Lee was the old Nike ones. Do you know, do you know, do you know? You know, stuff. And Spike Lee never called his stuff movies. He called it a Spike Lee joint, you know. It's called a freaking movie! You already have enough problems already. Taco Bell killer. Somebody's really liking tacos tonight.
Many serial killers target strangers, victims to whom they have no link or relation whatsoever. Henry Louis Wallace was not that type of serial killer. Wallace preyed on the people he encountered in everyday life, his co-workers and acquaintances in Charlotte, North Carolina. Wallace grew up in Barnwell, South Carolina, and by all accounts, he was a likable kid. In high school, he was on the student council and the cheerleading squad, and he joined the Navy in 1985. Toward the end of his 8 years in the Navy, Wallace was caught breaking and entering near a base, which eventually led to his dismissal from the service in 1992, although he was able to finagle an honorable discharge. In the meantime, his mother and sister had relocated to Charlotte.
Hey Dave, what's up? Just another night of reacting to videos. It's one ugly guy there.
So Wallace joined them there. Wallace bounced from job to job and ended up working as a manager at a Taco Bell in East Charlotte. He developed a taste for crack cocaine, and his crimes went from petty to violent. Wallace's murders in Charlotte began in May 1992. His first victim was Sharon Nance, a prostitute he killed and dumped by a set of railroad tracks. Soon after, Wallace started to target people he knew. On June 19, he murdered his own girlfriend's roommate. Wallace used a key to enter the apartment his girlfriend Sadie McKnight shared with a woman named Caroline Love. When she rebuffed his sexual advances, he choked her into submission, then raped her. He then strangled her with the cord from a curling iron and dumped her body in a ditch. Later,
What a sick freak.
when McKnight grew concerned that her roommate had disappeared and went to the police station to file a missing person report, Wallace accompanied her to the station. The investigation turned up nothing. Over half a year passed before Wallace struck again. In February 1993, he visited 18-year-old Shauna Hawk at her apartment. Hawk was one of Wallace's employees at Taco Bell.
You know, it's amazing how they a lot of these people just be able to get away with it for so long to where so many people get killed.
The two had sex, which, according to Wallace's confession, Hawk cried through. When Wallace strangled and killed her and left her body in the full bathtub. Hawk was discovered by her mother and boyfriend, and though her death was ruled a homicide, the investigation again turned up nothing. The brazen Wallace even attended Shauna Hawk's funeral. 4 months later, he attacked another one of his Taco Bell employees, 24-year-old Audrey Spain, because Wallace believed Spain knew the combination to the safe at the fast food restaurant. Wallace's crack cocaine use was escalating, and he was desperate for money. When Spain told him she did not know the combination, Wallace raped her and then choked her to death. Wallace's crack cocaine addiction was spiraling out of control, and he responded by taking advantage of people around him. Over the next 8 months, Wallace murdered 6 more women in Charlotte. The killer was familiar with all of them. They were friends of friends, girlfriends of coworkers, and people he knew from Taco Bell. In March 1994, Wallace's crimes reached a frenzied point. He murdered 3 women in the first 11 days of the month, including 2 on the same day.
Like I said, it's amazing how we still, even in 2023, we have serial killers. You know?
On March 11, the day Wallace claimed his final victim, police recovered a stolen car belonging to Betty Jean Balcom, who had been murdered on March 8th. A handprint belonging to Wallace was lifted from the trunk of Balcom's car. Police...
Oh, sorry, I didn't say hey to you, James. Yep, this is New Robe, and this is also the very first day we're running the new cell router, which I'm going to still need to finish programming to make sure it runs smoothly.
In Charlotte searched high and low for Wallace, and he was arrested on March 12. Wallace confessed in detail to 11 murders, including one he had committed while still in the Navy, was found guilty of 9, and was given 9 death sentences in 1997. Many in Charlotte's African American community were justifiably outraged that Wallace had been allowed to murder so many victims. Remarkably, police didn't issue a warning that a serial killer was on the loose in East Charlotte until March 9, only 3 days before Wallace's arrest. The mother of one of the victims said the crimes weren't given top priority by police because the women weren't prominent people with socioeconomic status.
Basically, in layman's terms, they weren't investigated because they were black, and that's wrong! Wrong! It didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, he just covered his tracks. I mean, look at BTK. Killed a whole bunch of white people, you know? I mean, if you go back through the history of serial killers, I mean, most of them killed other white people with, you know, and then you have exceptions like that. In fact, if anything, people are under the mistake that black people cannot be serial killers or cannot be pedophiles. And while the feds statistically say that, you know, anyone can become a serial killer, you know. It doesn't have any boundaries, but, you know, you can't blame racism for a serial killer because, I mean, there's plenty of other serial killers that's murdered a lot of white people. Like I said, I'll name BTK, you know. Don't forget John Wayne Gacy. I mean, how many kids did he kill? Like 27 white kids? He ain't kill no black kids. He ain't kill no nigger kids or anything like that. He killed all white people. So it's not a matter of racism. It's just a matter of just missing the tracks. But I remember this case back then, and I was like, there's no racism behind it.
They weren't special, and they were black. The father of one of the victims added, they didn't live in a high-rent district. They weren't famous or known. They worked in fast food joints, and they didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. Today, 51-year-old Henry Louis Wallace sits on death row in North Carolina. awaiting his inevitable execution for the horrific crimes he committed in cold blood.
Yeah, that guy was awful. You want to know what's really amazing about it is that he's still sitting in prison, but that's where I knew where this was going, because they said it was a matter of racism, and it just isn't. It really isn't. No racism behind it.
Mr. Yorkie Lover Fitness.
Hang tight for just a minute here. Let me make sure I got that one. Okay, I'm on the right one. Trying to go in order, folks. D.B. Cooper was dead. He didn't make it out of that plane. He would have froze to death.
Come. Ladies and gentlemen, the first man to build 21-inch biceps, drug-free.
Hello, my friends. I'm sitting here. I was talking to one of my bodybuilding friends earlier, and I just had a little port wine, and it felt good, and I said, well, let me relax. And then I remembered.
Nothing wrong with a little port wine at his age, although that is pretty much, that's old school to be drinking some port wine. That's some old folk stuff,
This outrageous video that my friend Jason put up about this jackass Cali Muscle, because he is a disgrace to bodybuilding. He embarrasses everything I've ever done in bodybuilding. He's a jackass, an absolute jackass. Now, Arnold and I, we philosophize about this. Last time I talked to Arnold about this is maybe about 2 years ago, year and a half, because I don't communicate with Arnold on a going basis, because Arnold is phenomenal. Greatest bodybuilder of all times. He's done what I know no other bodybuilder will do in my life. Well, I don't know, in anybody's lifetime. But the point is, Arnold never walked away from bodybuilding. He never put down bodybuilding. He never made a joke of bodybuilding. He said it was the foundation of everything. Here this guy comes along.
He's right.
An absolute jackass. My opinion, because he can pump himself up with juice and get big muscles. And then Jason has the nerve to talk about his following. What do you mean following? This is a country of cults. There's thousands of cults in this country. Does that make you, what does that make you? Because you have a following? This man is a disgrace to bodybuilding. He's an absolute disgrace. And he's embarrassing. And don't be telling me about this nigger stuff and about people putting down blacks, calling them nigger. That's a meaningless thing to me. I've had not.
Yeah, Leroy grew up in a time to where there was some real racism, real segregation. You talk about being able to not catch a cab, he was the fucking cab. Seriously. It's kind of funny how some of these people, these liberals, will talk about racism and stuff like that. I never spoke to someone like him who experienced raising
9 stores my lifetime. And I devoted all that time to bodybuilding.
Yes, JC Magic. I can actually, they're going to have it in October, and from what they told me, they would actually get rid of the warning once I take the class.
not collecting any money, nothing. I don't have any shirts out or anything. Now, wait a minute. I'm not complaining. This guy's in the era now that you can make money selling horse shit and say it builds muscle. It's a new era. I was brought up in the era where we supplied knowledge, where we wanted to build the vocation of bodybuilding. Here's a man that has the nerve to say he got his education on teaching convicts how to build their body. Can you imagine? Convicts. Now, what is this damn convict he's building? What are they going to do with those muscles? Go out and beat up somebody? What good is it going to do them? They not have nothing to offer to anybody. But that's his claim to fame. He built convicts. I mean, it makes me want to throw up. It makes me want to throw up primarily because, you know, when you put your heart into something, when you believe in it, you know what it is. And then you see somebody like him come along, and Jason's sitting back, I don't know where he's from, saying the guy's got a following. Well, if that's all you want, I could be a jackass tomorrow morning. It's not in me. I'm not trying to be. The money that I could have put away.
No, Mr. Yorkie Lover is still alive. He posts on Get Big a bunch. Now, Leroy's been gone for a couple of years. But no, Mr. Yorkie Lover is still alive and running. No, I wouldn't do it, Troll. No amount of money would be worth my dignity.
It made, I didn't, because I devoted myself to bodybuilding. And Arnold and I are not in the same class. I catch him now and then because he's in another world. I mean, I didn't make the provisions I should have made when I was making all that money. I thought I'd always make it. But the internet put me under. That's beside the point. And then to say, I don't see all that nigger stuff on the letters that's sent in to him. I don't look at them all. But the point is, I have absolutely nothing in common with this Cali fella except that nature gave us the same color of skin, black. I wouldn't even go out and have a milkshake with this guy because I have contempt for him. Anytime you get a bodybuilder that talk about drinking Coca-Cola to build your body, and then Jason comes along and what a nice guy he is. Hey, there's plenty of nice guys. Serial killers are nice guys, and you find out they're goddamn serial killers. I mean, I don't know where he's coming from. And that I don't care what anybody says, whether the person's a nigger or not. Well, now, that's immaterial. I never, those kind of things were like, if you want to be comfortable calling people niggers, fine. I don't get that comments. I don't know where he gets them from. And so I guess there's always somebody who will throw that kind of comment. But how can you respect a man like him? What has he got to offer? He doesn't know a goddamn thing about nutrition. Nothing. He slaps on those weights, and he's got all those pumped up bodybuilding weights and pumped up bodies. And then Jason say, I don't like him. I don't dislike the man. I have contempt for him. There's nothing but dislike. I think what he's doing is hurting the sport that I love. And when we went to contests, it was complete silence because people were awed by the beauties of the bodies. Now they're laughing at him. Who in the world want to look at this guy? He's all pumped up with juice.
Unfortunately, a lot of people still want to look like Collie Muscle. I mean, it's the new age of things. Hello, Chad. I hope you're doing well.
And anytime you find
KCB, Leroy isn't calling anyone at this point.
A bodybuilder telling another bodybuilder to drink Coca-Cola, and you continue to listen to him, both your nuts, and there's plenty of them out there. Let me tell you something, my friends. If you want to find nuts, go on the internet. It's loaded. And cults And Jason is trying to somehow make, because this guy laughs and talks. What, he acts like that's something unusual? Shouldn't he be able to laugh and talk? Why is it so, what's so bad about this guy being able to laugh and talk? Because he looks like a jackass. His body's developed like a jackass.
I mean, he may look like an old man, but he still has some. Even at that age, he showed off his arms. He still had some pretty big arms, you know.
He knows nothing about the vitamins and nutrition and what it takes to build a body. And what hurts me is that you'll get young fellas for the first time clicking on bodybuilding and see this guy and say, is this it? A coke drinking guy that claim he don't use steroids? I mean, it eats me up. And I tell you, I have utter and total lack of respect for this man. None. To me, he's a jackass. And I don't care if he had 1 million followers. It doesn't keep him from because to me, bodybuilding is a builder, not a destroyer. And you don't go to bodybuilding contests serious and laugh because slapstick comedy. Well, that's fine. He's making money. That's okay. One thing about the United States of America that's changed dramatically. All you got to do is be a jackass. You will make a lot of money. I'm not knocking it.
Those words ring true, folks.
I'm just saying, don't put this man up as a pinnacle of anything and the glory of bodybuilding. Bodybuilding is glorious. Bodybuilding is something that's so transcendent, that goes on and on and on. It's not a comedy. You can make it a comedy if you want. But I know this, the greatest bodybuilder of all times is Arnold. Nobody has even approached him. And him and I, the last conversation we had, he was very disappointed by what's happening to the sport he loved. He never denied taking drugs because you can't get like that without drugs. But for Jason to try to memorialize this guy, try to make him bigger than what he is, it's ridiculous. And they can put out all the nigga. And you know the people that holler nigga, they're uneducated. Why even talk about it? It's not even worth mentioning the word. What does it mean? I had 9 stores in bodybuilding. First man developed a 21-inch arm, drug-free. First black man on the cover of Joe's magazine. And you mean to tell me I got to be concerned about somebody that called me a nigga in that same category of the likes of, I don't even want to mention his name. That's how annoyed I get with him. You know, Cali Muscle. Anyhow, I'm getting my piece across, and I want all you people to know and not try to connect me with this Cali Muscle, because I have no connection with him. I don't want any contact with him because he embarrasses me. Anytime a man's introduction to bodybuilding is how he built up criminals and people are following him, that shows you what's out there. I never made a t-shirt, never made anything like that to make money with. And now listen, don't get me wrong, I'm not condemning these guys making money. I just wasn't into it. I was into helping. And I have a laundry list of the famous people that came into my stores, and I told them how to build their bodies. A laundry list, including the great, the home run hitter. Now, I tell you, I shouldn't even make this video now because I feel mellow, but I just got annoyed. I'm just so sick. Don't make something out of this guy. He's a zero. An absolute zero. Now, if he's out there to make a buck, fine. You can't condemn a man for trying to make a buck. But don't put him in the realms of actual serious bodybuilders. Can you imagine a bodybuilder recommending you use Coca-Cola? Well, in any case, my friends, to be continued. Go onto my website, LeroyColbert.com. You'll see my background. Also, go into Mr. Yorker 11 and donate. It's on the right-hand side. There's a part you can donate to Leroy Colbert. You click on that, Leroy Colbert. Because I put out so much of my time answering emails, which takes so much time. And computers break down from these things. And it eats up my time. And I do it only for love. I love bodybuilding. I love anything about it. It's beautiful. And it's a shame to get the likes of this guy, Cali, Muscle, and Jason beating the drum like he's something special. I don't know what it is, but you could take it. I don't want it. To be continued, my friend.
Wait a minute.
I mean, he's 100% right. But you know what I really respect about Leroy? You got to think about this for a minute. And I want you guys to take this in consideration. All right? Leroy was born in 1933.
What happens if I train bench last and do the biceps, triceps, and shoulders first?
Vince Goldrum with a $35 donation. I would highly recommend against training the bench last. The bench press is going to be the first thing you actually want to train. The reason being is the chest is the largest muscle. And whenever you're doing a bench press, you're already somewhat working your biceps and triceps and shoulders. That's why you want to get that in first. If you work out your arms first, and they're all tired, you're not going to be able to get in your bench press as well. So make sure you always do the major body parts before you get to the little ones. You want to do, say you're going to work back and biceps on that particular day. You definitely want to do the back first because it's already going to work out your arms slightly. But if you do the arms, then it's going to affect the way you're training your back. You're not going to be able to do as much weight. But again, thanks for the donation. You always take good care of me. But like I said, the one thing I always respected about Leroy, he was born in like 1933. This type of social media wasn't around. If Leroy wasn't taking the time to get on YouTube, getting on social media, probably no one would know what kind of a legend he was, you know. That's one thing I also have to thank Mr. Yorkie Lover for. He preserved Leroy Colbert's information. The one best thing that he did is when Leroy passed away, they were trying to get him into the Hollywood cemetery of actors and of everything, but he was having trouble. He didn't have money. Mr. Yorkie Lover went and raised the money, and the family didn't look after him. Mr. Yorkie Lover took care of his final stuff as far as Leroy was concerned. So, like I said, I love Mr. Yorkie Lover. He took care of Leroy Colbert all the way to the very end. He didn't just cut things off after he passed away, but took care of him getting buried in the right place and everything. Raised the money, and got him to where his final resting spot, That's why I can never say anything bad about him. But, it's just amazing that Leroy, all through his life went from segregation to pretty much still the modern pinnacle of what we generally do today, So, yeah. Well, it's going to be very hard to have someone that replaces his knowledge and intellect. I still watch Leroy Colbert's videos even to this day. And there's plenty of them, It's always good. The one good thing, even long before I'm gone, I'm at least glad that people will be able to play back my videos and go to my websites and see what type of person I was in life. And, just by that's why YouTube is so important there, is that people can just look back at, how someone lived.
Hi, welcome to Taco Bell. What do you want, tacos?
I'd like 2, 3 cheese melt.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm not exactly
Oh, I can't play this. That's Letterman stuff. The channel would get interrupted anyway, so, yeah. But it was a funny segment.
Yo,
hang tight, folks. I'll be right back. Actually, I'll just leave this up here. Sean G. Yeah, I saw the next one was that. But before I do that, someone wanted me to play the one with the vegan for 30 days, but they haven't exactly posted it yet. But you guys remember my rule. Only one Sean G video a live stream. That's exactly right, KCB. One Sean G video per live stream. So we'll play that some other time. But speaking of which, Pugman, yours is up next, actually. I will give the point that Blaha, and the pictures are a comparison to fat people and people that were already lifting, especially power lifters. I will say that Blaha has an above average physique next to a normal person, but, you know, next to gym rats, that people that actually train, you know, his genetics is what holds him back, you know. No matter how hard he actually lifts, Pugman, and this goes for everybody else, in fact, he's going to always look the same because he has some of the worst genetics out there.
What's up, YouTube? We are doing some hard-boiled eggs. Now, yes, I did use Mountain Dew. And yes, I did use some hot sauce.
You are a fucking idiot.
From this bottle. This is Pepper Patch jalapeno hot sauce. I got a Pepper Patch box for the holidays. So I figured I'd try it in a recipe. I just cracked open this bottle. So crack a bottle. Okay. Now what I did, I also used some salt. As I filled it up to like here with water, so it's just barely over the eggs. And then I hit the rest with some Mountain Dew up to here. Threw in a pinch of salt, just salted it. Brought the eggs to a boil and let it simmer for a bit on that boiling temp. And then after I added the salt and brought it to a boil, I topped it off with some fresh Mountain Dew and then threw in the hot sauce, but not before cracking the eggs with a fork on the inside of the pan. Once they're hard boiled, crack it with a fork or a spoon.
No.
And then hit it with some more Mountain Dew, and then add in some spicy jalapeno Pepper Patch hot sauce, not a sponsor. Now I got a nice medium heat. We're gonna let those delicious little egg treats soak in that sugary Mountain Dew goodness. Hopefully it'll give it like a nice citrusy, spicy kick. That's the hope anyways. But yeah, hard-boiled eggs and some Mountain Dew. What do you do? What do it do? What?
You know something, folks? This reminds me of... You guys remember Genova's video when he was cooking that fish and he threw every single ingredient in, you know, salt, pepper, Mrs. Dash, Old Bay, and stuff like that. You know, when it comes to me cooking a steak, for example, there's only two things I put on it: salt and pepper. That's it. You have to keep it simple. Now, this guy here, he's trying to make his eggs taste like jalapeno and hot sauce. Now, and he's boiling it in Mountain Dew, which I don't know why the hell he's doing that, but we'll discuss that another time. But the one thing that I want to make very clear, if, you know, the only thing he really needs to do if he really wants it to taste like jalapenos is boil the fucking eggs in water, just like a normal person does. And when you take the eggs out and you crack it and you cut it in half, then put the hot sauce on it, you dumb motherfucker! I don't know why people do things like this for. I mean, it's
nowadays, anabolic steroids and...
It's a level of medium retardedness, literally.
Bodybuilding seem almost...
I always hate it when Kai Green did some stupid stuff like this, you know.
Inseparable. But how and when exactly did this happen?
It's not a healthy thing to do, but it's being used. Did you take it? I take it.
Some Valley doctors see kids as young as 13 using steroids.
The designer steroid named Trend.
Research shows that more people use anabolic steroids than heroin. In fact, steroids are becoming some of the most popular drugs.
That is some bullshit. More people use steroids than heroin. Where they're getting that study from is pro-hormones, and pro-hormones is not something I consider so much as steroids, but these guys are fucking idiots.
Drugs out there.
Today we're going to be going down the rabbit hole of anabolic history to try and figure out when exactly bodybuilders started using steroids. There's no question about Arnold and other golden era bodybuilders using steroids, but the gray area comes in the silver era. The 1940s and 50s produced incredible legendary physiques like Steve
Reeves did not use steroids, and people in that golden era, I mean, they weren't even around. Steroids never came around until like 1960, where the first one was synthesized, which was Dianabol. But honestly, folks, before then, for the past, ever since the mid 1800s, that type, the steroid hormone has been scientists tried to isolate the steroid hormone just to do what it did in 1960. So they've been trying it for at least 100 years until they finally got it. And when I say 100 years, I mean from 1850, possibly even beyond that,
Reeves, John Grimmick, George Eiferman, Leroy Colbert, Marvin Eder, and many others. But were these guys natural? Were steroids even available to them? Well, let's get into it.
And I'm taking a steroid to heaven.
We know that all anabolic steroids are derivatives of testosterone, and testosterone was first synthesized in 1935. It was achieved nearly simultaneously by Adolphe Butenandt.
That's the steroid hormone itself. But it produced so little testosterone that it wouldn't even have been worth it, So the first actual usable one was in the 60s.
In Germany and Leopold Ruzicka in Switzerland. This discovery earned both men a joint Nobel Prize in chemistry. Now, whenever you bring this up, you will inevitably get comments claiming that it doesn't actually matter because people were isolating or extracting testosterone in other ways before it was synthesized. Essentially, you have people saying that there were steroids before 1935. I've already made a whole video on this specific topic, but I'll just quickly go over it again now. People have been using animal testicles for millennia to create all sorts of pills, powders, and potions. Usually they were attempting to treat symptoms of hypogonadism and impotence, but also some thought that it would improve strength, so it could be used as a performance enhancer. The logic was simple. They knew that eunuchs, castrated men, were infertile and usually had less strength, less muscle mass, and had a low sex drive. So clearly they would have known that something important was going on in the testicles, and there would be many attempts to harness their powers. However, the issue is that testicles produce testosterone, but they do not store it. So there is actually very little testosterone in testicles. And on top of that, whatever tiny amount of testosterone these testicle extracts
Scam artists
had didn't even matter because when ingested orally, testosterone gets inactivated by our livers. So basically, all of this is to say that the attempts to create steroids before 1935 simply did not work. They were placebos. Sure, they were marketed and sold, but even to this day, you have people selling all sorts of supplements which do absolutely nothing. Another one you'll find a lot of people referencing is this brown Sicard elixir, which was sold all over the world in the late 1800s. It was even used by a famous baseball player named Jim Galvin in 1889. The elixir was made from all sorts of animal fluids and was meant to be injected. This was marketed as a remedy for almost anything and also claimed to increase strength. But once again, this elixir was later proven to be nothing.
Can you imagine injecting some sort of uncleansed stuff into a hypodermic needle in the 1800s? Surprised more people didn't get killed at all.
More than a placebo. People will also bring up other drugs from this era, stimulants like cocaine or methamphetamine, and sure, these were available before steroids.
And that's what strongmen used back in the late 1800s was cocaine and, in order to lift. So, like I said before, cocaine is one hell of a drug. Woo!
But come on, guys, there's nothing anabolic about these drugs. Maybe you can call them the forbidden pre-workout, but it's not gonna do anything to build muscle, and in fact would likely be detrimental to a bodybuilder. It wasn't until the early 1930s that anything resembling a steroid was actually isolated. So before he figured out how to synthesize testosterone, Adolphe Butenandt managed to isolate a tiny amount of androsterone from 15,000 liters of urine. Androsterone is a steroid hormone, but it's very weak with only 1/7 the potency.
Thanks for subscribing, Gick.
Of testosterone. And the tiny amount he was able to produce wasn't nearly enough to study in humans. It wasn't until 1934 when a Dutch group of scientists managed to isolate just 10 milligrams of testosterone from 100 kilos of bull testicles. So there were some absolutely minuscule amounts of these hormones being produced by researchers in the early...
Yeah, back in the late 1800s, they were putting cocaine in everything. I mean, if you look through some old pawn shops, you can sometimes find those cocaine jars to where they used to just keep cocaine right out on the kitchen table. They just have a big pile of cocaine and they would just keep it in a little dish, But cocaine was basically used for everything. I mean, put babies to sleep and stuff, or keep, so... Yeah, cocaine was pretty free. I mean, cocaine was just about as readily available as sugar because it's easy to, make and manufacture.
There's simply no chance that any athletes were benefiting from them. This is why we can consider anyone from before 1935 to be 100% natural without a shadow of a doubt. All the Bronze Era greats, George Hackenschmidt, Eugene Sandow, Otto Arco, Maxique, Bobby Pandour, and many more, did not have access to anything which could be considered an anabolic steroid. Alright.
Yeah, I've done coke before. I think I've mentioned that before,
So what happens next? They finally figure out how to make testosterone in 1935. So does that mean bodybuilders immediately began sticking needles in their butts? Well, no, it's not quite so simple. It was still ineffective when taken orally and only had a half-life of 10 minutes when injected. It would take years for testosterone to be properly studied, understood, and manufactured. Over the next few years, scientists started synthesizing various esters of testosterone, like testosterone propionate and testosterone enanthate, which proved to be much more effective due to their longer half-lives. They also developed methyl testosterone, which was the first orally effective testosterone preparation, so it could be taken in pills rather than injections. However, it's not quite so clear when these drugs became widely available to the public. It's certainly safe to say that it wasn't any time in the 1930s, since testosterone was only being used in experimental clinical trials. It was being studied as a medicine for sick and old men, so it's extremely unlikely that any bodybuilder would have made his way into one of these early trials. So I started looking through some old newspaper archives to try and figure out when exactly testosterone hit the market. Interestingly, I found another factor at play which muddies the waters even further. You see, there was a lot of publicity surrounding the discovery of testosterone, and it seems like companies wanted to cash in even if they didn't have anything to offer. Like, take a look at this newspaper advertisement from 1943. They're selling a product called Testilon, and they claim it contains hormones. They don't specify which hormones, but we can clearly see what they're implying with a name like Testilon.
Those were still bull testicles, by the way. So
you could be excused for thinking this means testosterone was readily available in the early 1940s, but now take a look at this. It turns out that this company got in trouble with the FDA in 1945 for being misleading with their labels. This document gives us the ingredients of the product, and we can see it contains 0.05 grams of something called an orchic substance, which is, drumroll please, made from cow testicles. And just like we discussed earlier, the FDA says here that it does nothing when taken orally. So again, we're back to the placebos. And when we take a look at an advertisement for Testilon in...
It also had a little bit of strychnine in it, but that was legal at the time, sort of.
1948, after the FDA won in court, the ad now only talks about vitamins and makes no mention of hormones. So all of this is to say that it's actually very difficult to pinpoint when testosterone became available to the public.
The 60s.
Even though we can find advertisements for products claiming to have hormones or testosterone, it's impossible to know what was actually in them. Another often repeated anecdote is that German soldiers were given testosterone to boost their performance during World War II. But there's simply no evidence for this. They certainly used drugs, but testosterone was not one of them, and there's an excellent article in the International Journal of the History of Sport which thoroughly debunks this myth. In 1945, a book called The...
Hey, what's up, Andrew? First night of the new router, and of course we're still reacting and reviewing the videos.
Male Hormone was published by a doctor named Paul de Kreef. The book spoke very positively of testosterone, and many people like to throw this out there as evidence of bodybuilders using testosterone. The only problem with this theory is that the book makes no mention of anabolic properties, athletic performance, or anything like that. Once again, it's pushing testosterone as a medicine for old and sick men. We have to try and see it from their point of view. Nowadays, everyone clearly associates testosterone with bodybuilding, strength, and steroids. But back then, it was just a new experimental medicine. Even the word testosterone was just a couple years old. When the book mentions strength, it's more like the strength of urination improving in old men, rather than the strength to lift a barbell, for example. The one and only mention to anything related to sports comes almost at the very end of the book. There's a short paragraph saying, quote, "We know both the St. Louis Cardinals and St. Louis Browns supercharged by vitamins. It would be interesting to watch the productive power of an industry or a professional group that would try a systematic supercharge with testosterone."
And many years later, a certain St. Louis Cardinal definitely did that. Oh, Gick, I'm sorry I didn't see you. You may go now.
Kreef makes no claims or recommendations for testosterone as a performance enhancer. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to claim that this book would have resonated in any way with bodybuilders of the time just because of...
I mean, I wouldn't have banned him. No. He got me mistaken for vegan gains.
This one sentence, when otherwise the entire book is dedicated to promoting testosterone as a medicine for sick old men. In any case, sometime after this book was published, there were some more legit-looking advertisements for testosterone in newspapers. Testosterone pills would have been easily accessible to anyone wanting to buy them. But again, take a look at how it's being...
And look at the price on that, $16.65 per bottle in 1946. That is super duper expensive. Literally. But the wealthy could afford it. So again, you know, most bodybuilders wouldn't have been able to afford something like that. Not only that, bodybuilders mostly depended on aesthetics. Size helped, but aesthetics was the rule of the day. If you guys remember, there was a bodybuilder by the name of Melvin Wells, shares the same as first name, and he competed at the same time, he was the runner-up to the eventual winner, which was, I think, Jack Dillinger. And Melvin Wells was a hugely muscular person, but he wasn't as aesthetic as Jack Dillinger. And race did somewhat play a part too, but, you know, the thing about it is in the 40s and 50s, you know, there was still a focus on elegance, aesthetics, as opposed to brute muscle. You know, that didn't come along until the 60s, and that's usually when steroids were actually used regularly.
Being advertised. This one says, feeling old before your time, nervous and washed out, revitalize your system with testosterone. I just can't imagine this would get some...
Andrew, I don't ban anyone. I wasn't even paying attention to him, really. Well, I figured once he subscribed, I figured he was going to do something like that. I'm like, whatever.
Young, healthy, and strong bodybuilder excited. The connection between testosterone and its performance-enhancing properties simply wasn't there yet. But it must be said that if someone wanted to make a case for bodybuilders using testosterone, I reckon the late 1940s is about the earliest it would make any kind of sense. Though I was not able to find...
No, it wouldn't make any sense. I mean, look at them. These are physiques you can build naturally, for starters. And number two, these people couldn't even afford it. And again, this is at an era to where aesthetics... ruled the day as opposed to actual brute muscle.
And any evidence of bodybuilders using testosterone in the 1940s. Of course, all of this is just speculation based on the existence and availability of testosterone. So when do we have actual evidence of bodybuilders using this stuff? Well, the year is 1954 and the Soviets are dominating the World Weightlifting Championships in Vienna. Witnessing this is a man named John Bosley Ziegler, the doctor of the American team. Dr. Ziegler noticed the Russian athletes looked suspiciously hairy and oversized. Ziegler invited the Russian team doctor to a local tavern, and the two began drinking together. As the saying goes, in vino veritas, and after a couple drinks and repeatedly getting asked what the hell these Russians were taking, the Soviet doctor finally revealed that his athletes were being given testosterone. Of course, the anabolic effects of testosterone explain the exceptional strength and size of the Russian athletes. And the androgenic effects explain the...
Yeah, those Russian athletes, even though they were on some steroids, I mean, they couldn't... Because of the stuff was so unregulated, I mean... And, you know, the establishment of doses hadn't been really made. I mean, some of these people needed a lot of these Russians needed catheters in order to take a fucking piss. Like, I kid you not. This is where, you know, the mid 50s is when everything got started, you know, as far as strongmen. And then in the 60s, a couple of years later, that's when it started weaning its way to bodybuilding. So as I've said from the very beginning of the video, the 60s, and he could have simply looked it up. It's no different than TV sets. People didn't really get TVs until the 50s. But TV has been around since at least 1920, you know, where the first one was actually created.
The unusual amount of body hair. Upon returning home, Ziegler started experimenting with testosterone injections, both on himself and on several members of Bob Hoffman's York Barbell Club.
Nobody can lift 1,000,000 pounds.
Including retired John Grimmick. However, the results weren't great. The athletes didn't notice much strength gains, and there were many unpleasant side effects. Ziegler knew he had to figure something out if he wanted his team to have a chance against the chemically enhanced Soviets. So he started working with the Ciba pharmaceutical company to develop a drug which had less androgenic effects than testosterone while keeping the anabolic properties. In 1958, Ciba Pharmaceuticals released their new creation, methandrosterone,
Debo,
which the company marketed as Dianabol. Once the York Barbell crew started using this new drug, the results were incredible and word quickly got around. By the early 1960s, weightlifters and bodybuilders were clamoring for Dr. Ziegler's mysterious pink pills. And while Ziegler only ever prescribed Dianabol in small doses, many lifters were already starting to abuse the drug in an effort to gain an edge over the competition, often with horrific consequences. Ziegler himself developed heart disease due to his experimentation with steroids, and he died of heart failure in 1983, at just 63 years old. He even condemned his invention before he died.
I mean, plenty of people died of heart attacks in their 40s and they never took steroids. Yeah.
But it was too late. Dianabol and other steroids had completely taken over bodybuilding and many other sports. From the late 1950s and especially from the 1960s onward, it's safe to assume that essentially all competitive bodybuilders were using steroids. Just take a look at these muscle builder magazines. On the left, we have Steve Reeves in 1954, looking amazing and perfectly natural. Then on the right, we have Hugo Labra in 1964. It's clear to see that something happened in those 10 years. The bodybuilders just got so much bigger and leaner, and it only got worse from there. Here's Sergio Oliva on the cover of Muscle Builder in 1968, looking absolutely freaky. And of course, this continues to this day, over 60 years later. So to quickly summarize, the Bronze Era, anytime before the 1930s, can be considered 100% natural. It's not even up for debate because steroids simply did not exist. There are many excellent physiques from this era, and I will continue to cover them in depth.
Yeah, because of cocaine. And he keeps going back to Bodybuilders did not use steroids until the 1960s. Powerlifters used them first in the mid-50s, and then a few years later, that's when bodybuilders. He could have simply looked it up. Just because something was around at a particular time doesn't mean it was used. It's like TVs. TVs were around in the 20s, but not everyone used them until the show, like most people bought a TV because of I Love Lucy. And who doesn't love Lucy? It was because of I Love Lucy and Life with Elizabeth. That's a show with Betty White. So that's one of Betty White's first shows, actually.
On this channel. From the late 1950s onward, steroids rapidly took over the iron game, and essentially all golden era bodybuilders can be presumed not natural. There is a small gray area between the late 1940s and mid-1950s, when testosterone was readily available in pharmacies and through the mail, but it was being prescribed as a medicine for sick old men and was not yet understood to be a performance enhancer for athletes. It cannot be entirely ruled out that athletes would have experimented with testosterone during this time, but I found no solid evidence to indicate that they did. And I will continue.
You won't find any evidence because they just didn't, you dumb fuck.
Covering bodybuilding history up to the early 1950s on this channel. I hope you found this video informative. If you're new to the channel and are not sure what I mean by bronze, silver, and golden eras of...
I mean, this guy makes good videos, I'll give him that, because I've watched a number of his natty videos. But he's just so off on this, and this stuff can be easily looked up. There were no bodybuilders in the 50s that used steroids. Not in the late 40s. There's no gray area. Bodybuilders didn't use them until the 60s. Bodybuilders didn't use steroids until, after powerlifters. Could they have experimented on them? Yes, but, bodybuilders weren't thinking about that because they were thinking about their aesthetics rather than that. Not only that, if you're already achieving and making money with your physique as it is, you know, you have to understand, and you saw the price up there as far as 100 pills for $16.60. So basically what you're talking about is 100 pills for the cost of it, with the accounting for inflation. According to this, that means you got 100 pills for $250. No bodybuilder is going to spend $250 for some experimental product for 100 pills. People out there, goddamn mind. Anyway, I mean, he makes really good videos, but there's, you know, there's no gray area. You know, I think he was more or less looking out for the natural age bodybuilders from the teens. I mean, from the turn of the century bodybuilders. But his knowledge on modern bodybuilding is just horrible. I mean, it literally is just horrible. Oops, we already played that one. No, not that one. All right, got the next one. Video.
When I was a little kid, there was perhaps no wrestler that I hated more than ravishing Rick Rude. All gyrating his hips with his goofy curly mullet, his sissy painted pants. Disgusting. And then he's feuding a lot with the Ultimate Warrior, who at the time is my absolute favorite. So, you know, screw that guy. But, you know, you get older, and as a wrestling fan, you start to realize that you hate guys like Rick Rude for the reasons that they want you to hate them. And you start to develop an appreciation for their craft, respecting that a performer like Rick Rude can have the crowd eating out of the palm of his hands. That the Rude Awakening was a brutal...
Rick Rude was the only person that showed up on Monday Night Nitro and then the WWE all in the same week, back to back, in two different federations. Showed up on Nitro on Monday. Following day, he showed up on the WWE.
Brutal finisher for its time, and just that in general he could put on a great entertaining match. But then a freak accident in a match with Sting cuts his career short, only to years later show up one night in ECW and start a whole new phase of his career. He's not wrestling, but he's there and he's making sure his presence is felt. And all these kids who grew up hating Rick Rude, all of a sudden they're grown up and now they're fully aboard the Rick Rude train. This reinvention eventually leads him to being the only person to ever appear on both WWF Raw and WCW Nitro at the same night, at the same time. And another tidbit that I often see left out of this trivia, he also made an appearance on ECW Hardcore TV that weekend. So he was a force in every big wrestling promotion all at once. Meanwhile, there's reports of him training for an actual return to in-ring action. So this guy, who's often counted among the very best wrestlers to never have the world championship, he's getting ready to finally take his place at the top.
That's not exactly true. I think he had the international world championship, if I'm not mistaken.
And then suddenly, in 1999...
In fact, I think he was defending it at the time against Sting whenever he got that accident.
Seemingly out of nowhere, he passes away at just 40 years old from heart failure. Now, if you're a fan of wrestling, you know that young, tragic deaths aren't a rare occurrence, especially with guys of Rick Rude's generation. But this death in particular is haunted by a bizarre urban legend. An urban legend that's largely been pushed by some of his former colleagues. The rumor that he had taken his own life after he had to undergo a penile amputation. So for this video, let's take a look at what really happened to Rick Rude.
I've heard that rumor too. I don't know of any case to where someone would take their life because they got their nuts chopped or something, or their ding dong chopped.
This video is sponsored by Factor. Lately, I've been
That's what I just said, Wally. He was a world champion. But it was actually called the International World Heavyweight Champion. I mean, the belt looked the same, but at the time, a lot of these belts were somewhat odd as far as the names are concerned. But yeah, I can go into that another time.
been thinking about how often I order food. And even if you're not eating that much, those delivery fees and all the little hidden charges, they add up so quickly. But then what happens is you see how much you're paying for delivery and you do this little math in your head about how much you have to eat to make it actually worth it. And then you just fill up on unhealthy food that you didn't even really want to begin with. If you do that same thing, Factor is a better alternative that helps you avoid fast food with chef-prepared meals that take the guesswork out of eating well.
I want to hear this.
I like to think that I'm a pretty knowledgeable guy. But somehow, this urban legend had just completely flown under my radar. In fact, as it turns out, I had completely misremembered the nature of Rick Rude's death. I had thought that he had died of testicular cancer. Because you see, it was widely reported in 1998 that he had testicular cancer. But in truth, it turned out that he had a spermatocele, which is a relatively common type of benign cyst that's often mistaken for testicular cancer at first. In fact, Rick Rude had died in
Andrew, this is like almost 30 years ago. I hadn't even looked it up. He did have a world championship. I'm not going to, there's nothing to debate there because, I'm not going to go on Google and find out what exactly a championship is. Not only that, you have these regional leagues that, in other words, you have every single indie league that's out there has a world championship. Every single one of them. I mean, Vince, right, from, the $1 Million Man's valet, he had the AWA World Championship, or the heavy, and sometimes they consider it the heavyweight championship as the world championship. It's just one of those things, so.
In April of 1999 due to heart failure, likely related to an overdose of the medications he was.
I know, I'm just giving, but you have to remember that I worked in the wrestling business at one time. That's how I'm able to crack all these fucking jokes and everything like that, because I used to do it on a nightly basis. But in any event, every wrestler's been a world champion at one point in time, so.
Was taking. Although it's generally accepted that this overdose was accidental, there are those who think that it was on purpose. And that's where this urban legend stems from. If he did it, why did he do it? What led me down this rabbit hole, of all things, was Gunther's Intercontinental Championship reign. On September 8th of 2023, Gunther became the longest reigning WWE Intercontinental Champion of all time, surpassing the Honky Tonk Man's record, which of course leads to a lot of people online talking about Honky Tonk Man. Me personally, not a fan. You know how at the beginning of the video I said that Rick...
How can you not be a fan of the Honky Tonk Man? Honky Tonk Man is fucking awesome. I mean, now he's making me mad. Honky Tonk Man was a is still a cool motherfucker.
Rude was the kind of guy that would make
Booker T.
You hate him for the reasons he wanted you to hate him. I found Honky Tonk Man to be quite the opposite. And I know a lot of people disagree with this take, but to me with the
or to better phrase it, Harlem Heat.
Honky Tonk Man, it wasn't that, he would piss me off and I want to see him get beat. It was that I thought he was boring and I didn't want to watch him. Honky Tonk Man comes on and I want to change the channel or fast forward the tape. It's like that one sign that a fan brought to a show a few years back. Sir, I feel compelled to stress that we are not booing because of your effective heel work, we are booing because you are simply awful. But while Honky Tonk Man isn't everyone's cup of tea in the ring, there's a lot of people who find him distasteful for reasons outside of the ring. For example...
Yes, I do know that, Wally. And Jerry Lawler absolutely hates Honky Tonk Man. They don't get along too well.
Example, his attempts to get Jake the Snake Roberts to start drinking again after he finally overcame decades of alcoholism and drug abuse. Or when he made fun of Bret Hart's stroke on kayfabe commentaries.
Who would you rather work with? Who would you rather have matches with for the next 5, 10, or 15 years of your fucking career? Me? Or Goldberg, who kicked you in the fucking head and gave you a goddamn stroke, and now you drag your foot around, you can't even get your dick hard. my left nuther is fucked up from this joke.
So, then you got a...
Yeah, you see, Honky Tonk's preaching right there, and he's telling the truth. I mean, and part of the reason why is because of that stupid WCW power plant, where they concentrated more on size and athleticism than actual wrestling skills. So you had people like Alan Funk and Goldberg coming out of these power plants. They looked good, they looked awesome, but they were dangerous as hell in the ring because they weren't trained in actual catch-can wrestling.
A bunch of people sharing their favorite Honky Tonk Man is a piece of shit moments. But amidst all this, I see something that I had never seen before. A quick backstage interview with the Honky Tonk Man taken in 2015 by Hannibal TV. In the clip, he comments on Rick Rude's death.
He injected Viagra in his dick because he thought he could get an instant hard-on and he could fuck a lot of broads, but instead he got an infection and his nuts swelled up the size of cantaloupes, so they had to cut everything away from him. Then he went home and himself. What a way to go.
Now at this point, even if you have no prior familiarity with the Honky Tonk Man, you have no idea about his reputation, maybe you're not even a wrestling fan at all, you're probably just like, yeah, sure buddy. He just doesn't have the kind of credibility to be taken seriously when making such an outlandish claim. But the thing is, he's not the only one that's made this claim. Hannibal has another interview with the wrestler Ken Patera. I feel like a lot of you guys might not remember Ken Patera, but the image of him getting whipped over and over again by the Heenan family just burned into my memory. And in the interview, Ken Patera agrees with Honky Tonk Man's story, saying that he had heard it from Jim Neidhart.
I heard about it 2 days after they found him dead on the floor. I heard about it from Jim Neidhart, because Jim Neidhart and Rick Rude were real close friends. And I think at that time, Neidhart was living down there in Florida. I think they lived real close together. And he said Rick just lost his fucking mind because he had to go to the hospital and they're going to amputate his penis. Well, his penis was the most dearest thing to him. To my knowledge, that's a true story.
Unfortunately, Jim Neidhart is no longer with us to be able to comment on this story, but Hannibal continued to pull on this thread in another interview with John Nord, who you might remember as the Berserker. Not to mention his rant about pancake.
Pugman, here's my way of thoughts about Rick Rude. I'm always going to I think it's better for me to remember that he died of a heart attack, and one thing that I hate most is these guys are trying to dig up, just dirt on someone that's been in the dirt for so long. Is it possible it can be true? Absolutely. But, there's never going to be any actual, evidence because most of that's probably sealed by the family. But would you really, if someone was able to find out about it, would you, I never saw the point in trying to embarrass someone long after they're dead, long after they're gone. So I prefer to remember Rick Rude as someone that died who was a great performer, that he died of a heart attack. Anything else beyond that, I don't want to speculate because I don't want to ruin the memories of someone. Now, if it was someone like Chris Benoit, that's a lot different. But, Rick Rude never did anything to anyone, and stuff. So, that's my whole thing, Pugman.
Which may be one of my favorite wrestling promos of all time.
They eat a lot of pancakes.
But if you're wondering whether I heard the urban legend before, absolutely. I did hear about that, and that was talked about for years.
So in the interview, Hannibal asked John Nord about Rick Rude, and here's what he had to say.
I want to say back then, like right after it happened, I think it was Kurt, and we all talked about it, and then that's what we had heard exactly that, he was shooting up to, Rick had that, I guess you call it demon of he just wanted to get kinky as hell and get numb and then he would actually shoot it in his pecker.
In the interview, John mentions that he had heard the story from Curt Hennig, aka Mr. Perfect. But like Jim Neidhart, Curt Hennig is also unfortunately not with us anymore. However, shortly after Rick Rude's death, Curt Hennig had actually published a letter about him. And in part of the letter, he addresses some of the rumors about his death. I don't want anyone to lump him in with those stories about wrestlers abusing drugs and steroids. Rick Rude was not on anything heavy duty.
Let that man just rest in peace. Why dig up $20 years ago? Find something else to talk about. Or better yet, talking about it. By the way, all right, let the man rest in peace. Why dig up something like that from over 20 years ago? Talking about someone injecting their penis is pretty queer and is a sign of being a cookie cutter. You seem to be a cookie cutter. By the way, get a haircut, hippie. All right. Hey, Lamar, what's up? First day of the new router. Spit out a little bit, but it's doing fine now that I've adjusted it a little bit. I've been adjusting it on my phone while we've been talking, so.
He may have been taking some pain pills for his ribs. I've heard some people say his death was a suicide. No way. He was too much of a man to do that. If he had a problem, he would face it. He would look death in the eye. He wouldn't coward out of anything he did in his whole life. He was the most stand-up guy I ever knew. I learned so much from him about being a man. He was a man's man, 100%. So clearly, from what Curt writes here, he's not 100% sure whether or not the death was accidental. But clearly, he thinks it's very unlikely that it was on purpose, so I highly doubt he was just going around spreading this rumor about him. So then, essentially, that just leaves us with this game of telephone where two of the supposed originators are dead. And one of these dead men left behind public statements that contradict this.
Oh, ain't that the truth, Lamar? Yeah, ATL has the best chicken, so hands down. I know I probably know exactly what restaurant you're talking about.
Story. Something that did raise my eyebrow with this, though. It's kinda strange that you only seem to start hearing about the story 15 years after Rick Rude died. But as it turns out, a user of the Wrestling Figs forums, NYStyle4683, did manage to find a mention of it that was posted mere months after Rick Rude's death. In a Google Groups thread about Rick Rude's death, a user named Jet Green says, "How come the article doesn't mention anything about his pecker falling off due to gangrene, after he shot so much Viagra into it to get a hard-on after losing his balls to testicular cancer? Whoa. Can't believe I got all that in one sentence. We want the real facts, not some cover-up." Now, as I said before, it turned out that the testicular cancer scare just turned out to be a benign cyst. But as you can see here, the amputation rumor had been going around as far back as 1999. And reading this post, I can't help but think that this urban legend exists because of the cancer scare. In fact, thinking back, I don't think the story that it turned out to not be testicular cancer ever really got a lot of traction. As I remember it, and granted this is going back a really long time now, the way I remember it was it was reported that he had testicular cancer and you didn't really see him anymore, and then it was later reported that he died, which of course is going to lead to a lot of people trying to fill in the blanks. And you also do have insiders who explicitly deny these rumors. For example, there's Bruce Pritchard. In his podcast, Something to Wrestle, his co-host Conrad Thompson asks him about this rumor. Here's what Bruce had to say.
I think it all sounds extremely silly to me, and from what I know of Rick Rude, he was not the type of guy that would even consider.
Have you ever heard anything as silly as guys injecting Viagra into their penis?
No.
Had you ever heard this before?
No.
This is all brand new information to you?
Yes.
So you're going to chalk this up as bullshit, rumor, and innuendo?
You don't even need to inject Viagra. You just take a pill. Either that, most people, Viagra pills come in 50 milligrams, but the truth is you only need 25 milligrams, so you get one of those pill choppers here. So 25 milligrams, and like 30 to 45 minutes later, you're as hard as a rock.
A lot of rumor and innuendo.
Okay.
Something else you have to consider about this story. Is this even possible? I asked one of my friends, an actual doctor who you're probably familiar with, Chubby Emu. These were his quick thoughts on the matter. That's an interesting case. I suppose injecting directly there could have some benefit compared to taking a tablet, but the risk of side effects could be way more. For the infection, it depends. If it was like an abscess, think giant zit on the shaft, it would have needed to have stopped blood supply flowing there for some time, causing parts of it to die for the tissue to need to be amputated. So we're not talking like an instant cell death, but rather it would have had to have been something that was allowed to sit there for some time untreated. Which, I mean, considering if this were true, how embarrassing of a situation it would be to explain to a doctor, I could see a person doing that. But it would take a lot of damage for absolutely everything to need to be removed. And the pain would probably be unimaginable before you got to that point. And then you have to remember, Viagra only came out in 1998. So then you're working with this very small time frame there where he would have had to come to the conclusion that taking it orally is no good. So you know what, I'm just gonna skip a million steps and inject it directly to an area where a normal person spends most of their life trying to avoid any sort of pain or any sort of damage. I mean, granted, for anything that you can think of where the question is, why would someone do this? There's probably someone that's done it.
You know, like 1 out of a million guys will do that.
But to me, this just doesn't pass the smell test. Furthermore, if you made a movie and Rick Rude was a fictional character in your movie, and this was the ending for him, I would say, come on, that's a little too on the nose. Get a little more creative. Because for a wrestler like Rick Rude, his sexual prowess was just so intrinsic to the character. You know, he's this womanizing ladies' man, the women can't get enough of him. And he's more than happy to run through all the best ones. And on top of that, in his actual matches, he would play that up where his crotch was kind of this vulnerable point. To illustrate it for you perfectly, understand that there is an entire Twitter account dedicated to Rick Rude's over-the-top selling of atomic drops. So you've got this person whose entire life basically revolves around his dick, and he dies of losing his dick. It sounds like something that people would be inclined.
No, Rick Rude was a family man. His life revolved around his family. I don't know where he gets this from, so he should know better than that.
To make up and believe just because it puts a neat little bow on everything, but personally, to me, that just sounds like bullshit. But anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, be sure to turn on notifications and check out...
Yeah, whatever. I mean, in either event, there's two problems with it. Number one, there's no way to collaborate it. Number two, you're talking about a man's dick from 22 years ago. It's kind of queer, you know, honestly. And it's being a cookie cutter. But he has 1 million subscribers, and I guess people are interested in Rick Rude's dick, you know. Or someone's dick from like Ed, you know, already. It's just kind of ridiculous.
I'm going to the gym tonight, hitting it real hard. I'm doing a gym workout video. I'm hitting real hard. No hardcore, fucking pistoning, Dungeon Slayer, Dragon Slayer. I'm going right now. Alright, peace out. Let's go on a room.
This will be the last video, folks, of the night. I mean, I've seen him wrestle, but I never spoke to him personally. I mean, I was just for the most part, a kid, you know, or actually a teenager. But I mean, I saw him in action. I went to the shows and everything, but never actually personally met Rick.
Alright, we're leaving the house right now. Headed to the gym. It's piss. It's absolute piss. It's absolute piss. We're going to the gym. Hitting it hard. Tonight. Hitting it real hard. I don't give a fuck. We're going hardcore tonight. We're gonna hit it real hard. Gym night tonight. I'm on my way to World Gym on Atlantic and Military to hit hit some shoulders. We're gonna hit this hard, shoulders and biceps and triceps. Hammer it out like it's nothing. I'm really mad tonight. I found out a lot of stuff. I'm just pissed. Found out a lot of stuff about my friends and stuff. A lot of shit's going on. Time to go to the gym and hammer it out. Corn totally. Dungeon Slayer, Dragon Slayer. I'm pissed, baby. I'm fucking pissed. We're going hardcore tonight, baby.
Pugman, as far as working out is concerned, if you're going to be doing cardio, the best time is when you wake up in the morning before you have a meal. But honestly, there's no... As long as you get it in during the day, you're perfectly fine. If you wanted an optimum time, I would say right about an hour before going to bed. And here's the reason. You know, the time that the body recovers, you know, is at nighttime when you're sleeping. That's the purpose of sleep. The only downside is going to be that it's going to be hard to get to sleep if you exercise so late. So I guess you would have to say sometime in the evening, a few hours, or an hour or 2 hours before going to bed. Which in all senses, that would probably be the optimum time. But, you know, honestly, you can just work out at any time. And if you need to recover, it's just as easy to take a nap. But good question. But if you're doing cardio, the optimum time is when you wake up in the morning, you drink a bunch of water, you get on that cardio machine, you don't eat anything, and that's the best time as far as cardio is concerned.
We're going fucking hardcore. Woo! We're going hardcore, baby.
Folks, we got about 30 minutes left, or may go over a little bit with this video. So you can still comment if you want to put something, do that as well. On the more Janoi.
We're going hardcore. Ain't nothing but peanuts, baby. Nothing but peanuts. So I'm on my way to the gym right now, and we're gonna film the whole ride there. I'm doing heavy compound movements, high repetition, high volume training, lots of reps. Until I vomit, until I squeeze and contract and isolate the muscle, rip down the muscles 24/7, 2 hours. We're on our way to the fucking gym right now. I'm listening to Nickelback. I'm jamming with my earphones on. I'm about to go to the gym right now. I'm on my way right now. It's pretty pissing. It's hardcore. Nothing but peanuts, baby. I'm just going hard.
I wouldn't be able to do that, Andrew. Not only that, I will be up until then because I still got to adjust this router. It's running a lot more clearly, but it still needs a lot of programming.
Hard fucking grinding.
But I had mentioned that yesterday that I had already given a warning in advance yesterday and tonight that it would run a little choppy. It stopped doing that because I've turned off a couple of bands that was messing up.
Grinding. Fucking hit it hard. Ain't nothing but fucking hardcore Dungeon Slayer, Dragon Slayer. I'm pissed, and we're on our way to the gym. Show that. Stop at the light. We're on our way to the gym. Stupid fucking red light, the fucking goddamn shit. I'm angry. I just want to get my anger out. I'm really raged out. I've never been so raged out in my life. It's piss. It's revolting. Green light, let's go. We're going to the gym. We're gonna hit it hard tonight. Fucking war is on. Order 66 time. Nothing but piss. Revolting. We're on our road right here. Forgot my lights on. Fuck. We're on our way to the gym, and it's absolute piss. I'm doing this documentary coming out on the 27th, 28th of March, and then it goes to the Film Festival of Miami. Pretty excited about that. Alright, this is piss. I just hit this. Nothing but peanuts. Now we're gonna be silent on the road. As you can see, I'm getting constantly fucking messages on my cell phone every fucking goddamn day on Instagram. It's fucking annoying. It's fuck.
Talking on the phone, live streaming, and driving at the same time.
I'm really pissed
That's good mints, isn't it, folks?
off. I've never been so pissed off in my life. It's just messages after fucking messages after fucking messages. It's what happens when you got fucking over 30 million views and 20,000 plus subscribers. It's piss. It's absolute piss. I'm so angry. I've never been this angry in my life. Alright, we're on the way to the gym now. The perfect love that you gave to me. Now will never, when you are with me, I'm free, I'm careless, I believe. Although that it's over, we're alive. This brings tears to my eyes. My sacrifice. The ceilings and ups and downs, oh, then the daylights and turn around. And in the end, stay. It is so good to be alive. And then, yeah, baby, I'm pumped tonight. Woo! He says, then you are with me. I'm free. I'm careless. I believe. No, nothing over. We're live. This brings tears to my eyes. My sacrifice. It's time for sacrifice tonight, baby. I just want to say hello again. I just want to say hello again. And you are with me. I'm free. I'm careless. I believe. And I'm running over with life. Take us to the gun show, baby. Woo! To my eyes, all pumped up tonight. Then you are with me. I'm free. I'm careless. I believe. On the lovers with life. Just bring tears to my eyes. My sacrifice. My sacrifice. Say hello. Look at this idiot. Look at this fucking idiot. You see this idiot on the road? They don't know how to drive, these dumbasses down here. Do-do-do-do. My sacrifice. Look at this idiot braking. Schmuck. Pay attention. I got road rage tonight, baby. I'm pumped. I'm pumped from the gym. Woo! I'm so pumped. Somebody's going to film that tonight. Gym. On our way to the World Gym on Atlantic and Military. Let's pump this up, baby. Hit this like we never did before. Look at this Bentley, this rich asshole right here. He's got money. Probably got a ton of money. And lay me disorder. I'm gone.
Of course I wouldn't date Genova. You know, a lot of people actually forget to turn on their... I remember this video, he didn't turn on his headlights, but a lot of people forget to, because a lot of the night roads are pretty lighted, just like you see here.
Generate a treasure star. Then a borrow on the star. Then a train and then the zone. Then they get on your own. Look at these punks, they're writing me all day. They're not good. They'll know wherever you may go. They're not lying. And they know. You know wherever you may go. Woo! I'm pumped. I've never been so pumped in the years of my training. They don't do. Look at all these messages all frickin' night. All frickin' night. Instagram, Facebook. Then they shall star. Then bomb upon the star. Then baby back to you. The dragon. If I won, I'll go wherever you may go. To the line, and they know, you know wherever you may go. Walling in my arm, walling in my heart, walling in my love. Going to the gym, baby. Woo! Woo! Yeah, baby. Yeah. Nothing but peanuts. Nothing but peanuts, baby. Nothing but a peanut. Yeah, baby. Yeah, buddy. Ronnie Coleman, baby. Never will we go. Another. Do-de-do. Do-do. Wherever you may go. Now you turn back time. I go wherever you may go. Yeah, I'm pumped for the gym, baby. I've never felt so much rage in me in a long time, baby. 30 years old when I was in my feel good in like my 20s, baby, when I was young. Woo! Woo! never you may go. Woo, baby, woo! On our way to the gym right now, baby. We're on our way, baby. We're almost there. We're on Atlantic and by the 7-Eleven down here, as you can see. We're by the 7-Eleven on Atlantic and Woolbright. Look at all these messages all freaking night, bro. Crazy, isn't it? Don't it with you. Yeah! I'm never...
Not drunk, just, that's just Janoi. I remember this. So minty. Still so minty.
I felt so pumped. Woo! I'm happy tonight, baby. I'm so happy. No, we're not you. On our way to the gym right now, showing you where I'm going. It's piss. It's absolute pissening, sickening, revolting, insulting. We're on our way to the gym right now. We're on Atlantic and Military going down the gym. It's piss. It's sick. It's revolting. It's insulting. Whoa, baby, I'm pumped. Nothing but peanuts, baby. Nothing but peanuts. On my way to the gym right now, it's piss. My hand's getting tired, so we're going to call this a video. Alright, peace out. Alright, bye.
That's a good way to end the night, folks, with some good old classic Janoi mints. I'll tell you what. Why did that do that for? Okay. So before we close out, as always, I got to do the soul poll. So everyone, if you got any questions, go ahead and ask them. If y'all want to put any donations in, I would definitely appreciate that. But let's get a little bit of music going. Silent in the background. Yeah, late night, I used to, when I did security work, I would train, I went to Coop's Fitness, and I would actually train at 2 a.m. in the morning, and that was pretty good. I can't stay on, Andrew. I gotta get the router programmed and stuff, so. Actually, this isn't silk. This is polyester, actually. I got because wintertime is going to be coming, so I'd rather try to keep it as I can, but look stylish as well. I need to actually starch it because if you notice, the creases are not lining up correctly. But no, this is polyester. At least the router did well the final part of the night there. I just turned off a band, but also, 8 o'clock is usually the busiest time around, and then it streams off. But folks, when it comes to programming and people, like I said before, it's $1,000. I want you guys to think about it. Whenever you watch RX Muscle and people are trying to, you got Greg Valentino trying to stream or Big Lenny, you notice how all fuzzy and stuff it is? That's a cell signal. Now, imagine me doing the same thing I'm doing now, and then on top of that, live streaming a React video, practically using this device here, in other words. Makes all the difference. That's what $1,000 can do. It allows you to do things that, a cell phone can't do. And actually, I've been running at 60 frames per second, so even in the 4G mode, which I turned it off. But the key to having this run at this point in time is I just got to get the ping level down. The ping level's too high. And that will cut down on the latency. That's why the video was choppy, folks. But we got it tuned down now, but I still got to do some programming. But it's like I said yesterday, it's going to take a few days to adjust and program. I just did this on the fly, so. Yeah, it came with polyester underwear as well. Yeah, silk can be quite expensive. I'm not doing that. Gotta save money nowadays. I've actually tightened up my belt a bunch because now I'm manually processing card transactions, and that'll save me on authorization fees. Yeah, he's right. If you train when you're tired, you're not going to get a good workout in. You're already exhausted. Well, Pugman, I already have an antenna. The issue isn't signal, it's latency. And it's just a matter of adjusting the bands, Pugman, but I'll get it. But I'm getting a good signal. Right now, and if you notice, the live stream's running pretty well, so, and that's because I made that adjustment on the fly and just turned off the 5G band. But once I get it programmed right, it should be fine. But the antenna would have very little effect on it because it doesn't take care of my latency issue. But good question. But hey, I'm Mr. X Verizon, so, And now I have the very best one that's out there, next to a cradle point. Like I said, Pugman, I definitely have to thank you for this here, because this is something I would not have actually purchased normally. I would have never purchased something like this. I mean, the only reason why I bought this is because Verizon pretty much paid for it. This isn't the 5G router. This is the 4G router that I used during COVID. This is what saved my job for at least 2 years. But I'm going to sell that along with the 5G router, which should cover half the cost. And we'll just put some enhancements on it. Now, what I may do, Pugman, is I may put a window antenna in, but that's going to serve a different purpose. It's not going to be to get a higher signal, but it'll help with the latency. Because the key to it all is, I mean, I got plenty of speed. I got more than enough speed now to go gaming. I have enough frame rates. I just got to get the ping level down. And what ping level is, Pugman, is the time it takes for the signal here to reach the closest tower. So originally it was choppy because the 5G tower is further away from me than the 4G tower. So when I turned off the 5G services, which is something you can only do with a type of router like this, is turn it off and switch to it automatically. Then it changed and connected to the closest 4G tower, which is a lot closer than a 5G tower. That's why the choppiness actually stopped for the most part. But once I reduce the ping level, you'll never see something like this happen again. But I already knew it was going to do it because I hadn't had time to adjust it. But good question. My house is grounded, so I don't have to worry about lightning strikes, but I mean, once I get the ping level down, I mean, it's ping level is what makes the difference between a choppy video and a clear video. When it comes, and that's why cable and fiber are so well, because when a cable wire is directly connected, so it's going to have a low ping. What I want to do is get the ping level at around at least 40 milliseconds or below. If I do that, that's perfect. Right now, it's running at 60 to 70 milliseconds. And right now, I'm operating on L band 2, but this is also a cell aggregator. And it also has access to band 71, the legendary band 71. Now, just to give you a little test, you want me to run a test? I can do that. Now, this is on a 4G tower, so hold on a minute. So I'll just show you exactly what I'm talking about as far as latency is concerned. You see that time it's taking, basically? So my latency is at 685. That's what makes a video choppy. And this probably won't even run at all. So that's my problem right there, is this here, latency. You see, normally on the 4G band, it would run at 20 MPSs. Because I have this router now, it runs at 80. But the issue isn't the speed, it's this number. The ping level's horrible. It's at 685 milliseconds. And it should be at 40. The upload speed's not bad. To get optimum upload speed, I need to be at 5 megabits per second. So like I said, I don't have a speed problem. Just the ping level needs to be adjusted. Once I get the ping level in, I mean, everything's going to be nice and gravy. But that's something I can... The good thing is with this router, I can actually program it. Modify some of the bands to where it picks up on the closest band. And once I get the closest band and get that very low ping level, the videos will run butter smooth. It'll run better than a cable modem, in fact. Much better. And once that happens, folks, we're gonna be doing some gaming. And I can't wait the game. I really can't. Now, I may be talking all technical and everything, but don't forget I worked at Verizon, so... I mean, I even program my phone's bands. This one here, you can only program it to a certain point, but it doesn't... And the other 5G, it doesn't program just as well as other ones, so... Yeah. It's just one of those things. But folks, it is midnight. And that is the end of the show. I want to thank Vince Goodrum. You know, you always take good care of me for donating. I want to thank everybody else for joining me. Remember, folks, don't take life too seriously. You guys have a good weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Do not drink and drive. Always be sure to spay and neuter your pets. Cut their balls off so they don't get another cat or dog pregnant. But once again, as always, peace and soul. Night, everyone.